We already checked mic 2. Yeah, you're right. It's not us.
There we go. It's up. People can hear me. I think we may need to turn it up, and also they want to record this, so if it doesn't come through the microphone, it's not going to get recorded. Yeah, maybe the wireless would actually be better. And slip that in my back pocket? Okay. Okay.
You want to test it for me?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I think we're okay. Okay.
Everybody good on top? Perfect. I'll test this one as well. Testing Linux. I'll just use a 10 ounce. Testing. Testing. Yeah, it's a little bit low.
I just wanted to slide this over so people could see it. Oh, damn. I just screwed that up. Okay, I want to do a quick advertisement for the PDT project. So this is a person who is creating these reproductions of some of the early DEC equipment. There is a PDT 8, a PDT 11, and this is the newest one, the PDT 10, which is the only mainframe that digital ever made in the early days. It's a 36-bit machine. And all of these machines use a piece of software called SimH that was written by a friend of mine, Bob Suptic, who was originally a senior vice president in the hardware space of digital. And it runs on Windows, it runs on Linux, it runs on BSD, it's very portable. And it can emulate, like I said, all these different architectures, or simulate all these architectures. So you can run operating systems binary compatible on this thing, okay, on perhaps a Raspberry Pi running Linux, running SimH. So I have the PDT 11. It's great. I can run Unix version 6, Unix version 1, Ultrix, BSD, all these different systems, RT11, RSX11, Vistas E, all these proprietary systems from DEC. And it is a lot of fun, okay? And you could look it up on the web. They're reasonably priced. They come in kits sometimes. You solder them together. You just need a steady soldering hand. But look it up. I put in an ad for him. He just released the PDT 10. I got mine fully assembled and tested, but it arrived the day I left for SCaLE, so I haven't seen it yet. Yep.
And it ships with the cool front panel.
Oh yeah.
Which is a reproduction of the original.
Right. That panel is a reproduction of the. Wait a minute. Can I? Yeah. Okay. So if I scale up here, whoops. Oh, there we go. There's the original DEC 10, okay, with its link tapes and stuff like that, you know. And this machine was used back at MIT, and Richard Stallman actually wrote his first edition of Emacs on this machine. So, take a look at it. It's interesting just to read the web pages anyway. So I just wanted to give a shout out to these guys, and we can get rid of that, and I can start my talk. And I'm going to apologize because I thought I had everything worked out. So all I have to do is click on the links inside of the talk. Oops, wait a minute, I know what's that. And it would start playing the music, but the best laid plans of mice and men. So we may have to do a little funking here to actually get it to work, but we'll give the talk and then we can go back and listen to the music. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to to SCaLE 21. I hope you're having a good morning. How is Saturday for everyone today? How's it going? Yeah? So I'm excited to announce the first speaker of Ballroom B. We have John Maddock Hall for this talk, and John will be representing Linux International. I hope you enjoy.
Okay, a side story, and this happens a lot with me. In the early days of Linux, there was questions as to whether it was pronounced Linux or Linux, okay? And I'm good friends with Linus Torvalds, so I said to Linus, how do you pronounce it? And of course, Linus is from Finland. He says, well, my name is Linus Torvalds, and I pronounce Linux as Linux. And he actually created an audio file that's shipped with the original sources for the kernel that said, hello, my name is Linus Torvalds, and I pronounce Linux as Linux. So he and his wife moved to the Valley, was working for Transmeta, and had a nice little house. And I called him up one day, and he answers the phone, and he says, Linus. I said, Linus, that isn't even your name. He goes, I know, but nobody in California can say Linus, so I'm Linus. And it's just the type of person he is. No, he didn't do that. Okay, so my talk today is, why is Linux like a player piano? And I'm going to give you, ooh, what happened there? You're supposed, oh, screw it. I'm going to give you a warning that there may be some generalizations in here. So for those of you out there who love music and ancient instruments, you may say, well, we can meet outside and fight, okay? But I'll admit up front, there's some generalizations here, so just bear with me. And why and how did this come about? Why am I standing up here talking about this, and why it's SCaLE and stuff like that? So, trying to make it very short, when I was about 9 years old, there was this old man who lived 2 doors away from us in a set of row houses. His name was Mr. Groom. And everybody, all the kids were terrified of Mr. Groom because he was an old man, and if you hit your ball into his backyard, you just said goodbye to it forever. And one day my parents said, hey, we have this old wind-up clock that you took apart. We could never get it put back together. Take it over to Mr. Groom. And I went, Mr. Groom. I took it over and I rang his bell, and the old man came to the door. What do you want? And I held the box up. He says, thank you, and takes it from me and disappears. I forgot all about it. I was still alive. And the next day, a couple days later, my parents say, Mr. Groom wants to see you. I said, why? Go over there, knock on the door, come downstairs. You know, downstairs, that's what the guy with the hockey mask and the chainsaw, right? And I'm shaking, and I'm going downstairs, and here he has this jukebox, an ancient jukebox that he had repaired. You plunk the nickel in, and you capture it before it goes in a coin box. It plays a record. You can see how it plays a record. He had a wire recorder, the predecessor to the tape recorder, okay? He had all these clocks in the wall that people had given him, and he repaired his stuff. And that's when I found out that he had been an engineer his whole life, and he decided when he retired he was going to repair all these things. And that's when I learned my first valuable lesson in life. You know, don't be afraid of somebody just because they're a grouchy old man. So my father was a machinist, mechanic, and he collected these magazines, Popular Electronics, Popular Science, Popular Mechanics, and stuff like that. And at the age of 12, there was one magazine that said, how do you repair a player piano? And I read that, and I read it, and I looked at it, and I said, oh, that's really cool, the pneumatics and all that type of stuff. But then, like a lot of other things, I forgot about it. But in 1992, I was buying my new house in Amherst, New Hampshire. My parents said to me, hey, we'll buy you a dinette set, table, chairs, and stuff like that. And I go to the furniture store. In the back of their warehouse, they have this player piano sitting up against the wall. A sign on it says, $100, take me away. And I went up to it, and I looked at it, and because of that Popular Mechanics article, I saw that all the parts were there. It's a little dusty and dirty and stuff like that, but it was all there. So I bought the piano and had it delivered and found a person who would restore it for me. And the night before that person came, I was sitting there drinking a beer, looking at it and saying, I don't know, let me look it over and see what it's like and see what he's going to replace and how he's going to replace it. So I pulled off the kick plate of this brown, disgusting, dirty old piano, and on the inside was this beautiful dark red mahogany. And I said to myself, the cabinet maker does not put their worst wood on the inside of the kick plate. So he took it away, and I called him up in a few days and says, how's the piano going? He says, oh, coming along fine. I said, how does it look? And there's silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while he chuckles. He says, I think you'll like it. And it was beautiful. And this is a piano that came from Sears, Roebuck and Company in 1912 and still had the warranty on the inside, guaranteed for 25 years. So that got me started with collecting these automated musical instruments. I collected clocks and a bunch of other stuff. But then a friend of mine called me up and said, I heard you like reed organs. And I'm going up to this place in Alfred, Maine. I says, no, I don't like reed organs. I like player pianos. But I went with him and found this place called the Beehive, run by these two old gentlemen who had been living together for 40 years, and they were very gay. I mean, gay, okay? But I liked them. They were nice guys. And I went through their place, and I looked at all the reed organs. I really liked the sound of reed organs. And you'll hear some of that today. And I looked at one pile of stuff, and I said, that looks like a player reed organ. And they said, yeah, we've only seen 2 of those in our entire 40-year business of collecting, repairing, and stuff, reed organs. We didn't get a chance to repair the first ones, but we're going to repair this one. I said, what do you do after that? And they said, well, we have to sell it. How much are you going to sell it for? And they told me. And I gulped a couple times and said, I'll take it. So they restored it to museum quality. And out of the 300,000 reed organs made by Wilcox and White of Meriden, Connecticut, and the 3,000 player reed organs made by the same company, there's only 13 of these reed organs left. And we'll see a little bit more about that later. And then finally, last year, at the last talk of SCaLE, Ken Thompson, one of the founders of Linux, the original idea of Unix, original idea coming from him, came and gave a talk about his music collection, where he had gathered about 60,000 songs that he was using to formulate codecs to take the analog music into digital code and back again. And of course, there's lots of research that has to be done with codecs to get the right codec with the right compression to deliver the right frequencies and stuff like that. And Ken had done a lot of work on that. But now he has 60,000 songs in this database. And he called his lawyer and said, am I allowed to have these 60,000 songs, most of which I never paid any money for? And his lawyer looked him straight in the eye and said, but you're doing research. So today, folks, for this talk, this is all research, okay? And anything you hear is research. So I'm going to take you back in time, way back in time, into the beginning, where there was no radios or phonographs or Edisons, anything, and before stereo and Wi-Fi, and even before 8-track. You know, there were music boxes, there were things that made music, but music boxes were typically limited and, you know, and they played maybe 1, 2, or 3 songs and stuff, unless it was Regina. But, you know, it was just no music that you could really have unless you played an instrument yourself. And also, even further back than that, in 1703 in Florence, Italy, there was a man who he was a music maker, he made harpsichords. And he came up with a new idea, because harpsichords can only play one loudness. They're a stringed instrument, they have a keyboard, but they pluck the string. When you plucked the string, it played one loudness, you couldn't, you know, have different loudnesses. And he said, I could make it so you have a hammer hit the string, and the hammer could hit the string hard or soft, forte or piano, piano forte, which we now call today the piano. And he says, I could make a fortune with this. This is great. I could patent it. And patents were well understood, because the first written patent was also in Florence, Italy, 400 years before. It was a patent on a dome that had no support, and the engineer had patented the design so that he could tell people how he did it, but if anybody duplicated his design, he would get credit for it and he could get a license fee. So they well understood patents and how they worked. There was one other problem, however. There was no music for the piano. There was only music for the harpsichord. And so if there was no music, and this is a very expensive instrument to make, if there's no music, then there's no demand. There's no demand, there's nobody who makes the instrument. There's nobody who makes the instrument, there's no musicians who can buy the instrument, and there's no musicians who will make the music for the instrument. Catch-22. That's Italian for catch-22. And so he decided that he was going to give it away. He was going to publish exactly how to make the piano so other harpsichord makers could look at this and say, yeah, I can make that, and, you know, like sell it, and maybe I'll give a sample or two to some musicians that would, you know, make some music for it. But he had another problem. There were no publishers in Italy who would publish it, you know, because the Gutenberg printing press had actually been produced only a few years before that, and the publishing industry wasn't what we have today. So he went to Germany, and he found some publishers who in Germany published it, and the German harpsichord maker said, yes, I can make that. And then they gave away some to some German musicians that you may have heard of: Mozart, Bach, Beethoven. And even with that, it took almost 100 years for the piano to replace the harpsichord in an orchestra. So this goes to show how difficult it is sometimes to get your idea across, to make it popular. And it would have been even worse if Safari had patented it, because that would have stopped other people from making it, or at least made it more difficult. So now we have pianos coming out and stuff like that. Starting from around 1800, they started to become popular. And in 1880, the first player piano was created. It used a paper roll, and we could relate that to software. And you had a foot-powered bellows providing a vacuum that drove the mechanism to pull the roll across the reed head. And of course, this is before electricity, so your pumping was the way you did that. And it also powered the take-up reel and the keys to go up and down. But it wasn't a major success, because the first player piano had 88 keys on a piano, of course, but it only had 56 holes in the paper. And the holes were rather large, you know, to go in the paper. And if your paper was too wide, you ran into skew and all sorts of other problems, so it had to be a certain size. So we say that this did not meet the minimum needs of functionality. Okay, this was like version 0.009 of the Linux kernel. Okay. But in 1890, there was a major breakthrough. There was a standard created called the 88-note player standard. And what this meant was that people could make these rolls of music and it would play on any other piano that was standard. And piano makers could concentrate on making the pianos that would play this wider range of music that was coming out. And then there was little bellows that had fingers on either side that would guide the music over the reed head to align the holes so it made it really nice. And this created the player piano that we know today, the 88-note standard player piano. Now, I'll give you a little walkthrough with this. Let's see if I can get my mouse to act as a pointer. No, I don't know where it is. Is it there? Yeah, okay. So this is actually a little engine here. There's slides that go up and down that act as valves to the engine, and there's bellows in the back that act as cylinders and pistons and turn a crankshaft. And that crankshaft goes across to be connected to take-up reels on the reed head. I'll show you a better picture of that, but there's the reed head right there. And, and then there's bellows down below, which provide the vacuum that drives the motor. There's also a differential in there that switches from going forward to going back for rewind. And down here you have controls for loudness and stuff like that. There's a thing that flips up to hide those when you're just using the piano as a regular piano. So let's go to the next page. This is a close-up of the reed head and the feedback mechanism that keeps the paper aligned properly. So on each side, we have some little fingers down here that if the paper gets too far over to the right, the little finger opens up a valve which tells this bellows, oops, oh shit. Sorry, didn't mean to curse. Which, oops, it's down. There we go. But that bellows, which pulls the paper back in the opposite direction, so it keeps going back and forth. It's a feedback mechanism. And then we have the bus lines that are coming from the reed head down here to all these little bellows down below that actually make the keys go up and down to hit the strings on the player piano. So, and then we have a little bit further, there's a close-up of the device driver with the motor on the right-hand side, the transmission right there, and so forth and so on. And then we have the power unit down below in the bottom part of the piano with the pumps that you would be pumping to provide the vacuum. And then, of course, like any sophisticated, very expensive thing, you have to have all the piano accessories that would be sold. Now, I'm going to talk to the lowest one down there, the lightning furniture and piano polish. Now, this is different than any other polish that you would have in your house. This is specifically for pianos, and why would you ever dare to use any other type of polish? The one in the middle, the motor graphite, that's not like any graphite you go down to the store and buy. This is piano graphite, about 3 or 4 times as expensive as any other graphite. But then the thing at the top, this is a thing that sucks the little pieces of paper that might be stuck from the leftover from the piano rolls. They get sucked into the reed head. So you have a vacuum that sucks those little pieces of paper out there and makes your piano work better. And then, of course, lastly, we have the instruction manual, which nobody ever read. I recently read this for the first time in 40 years and said, oh, I forgot I had to do that with my player piano. So all this was fine. People started buying these pianos and stuff like that. But there were some people who already had pianos. And they felt really bad because other people now had player pianos, and they didn't want to have to buy a whole player piano just to get the thing to play these rolls. So a new add-on was created called the push-up. And you see on the left-hand side, there is a woman who is playing the piano, but what she's really doing is pumping the bellows at the bottom that turns the roll in the middle, and there's fingers that come out over top of the piano keys, and that plays the piano. Now that is a relatively standard push-up, okay, that people would buy. But there's another push-up, and that push-up is the one that's shown here on this right-hand side. This is a Wilcox and White Symphony organ push-up. And what it has is about 300 reeds inside of it, like a reed organ, with stops that you would use like in playing an organ. There's the roll. And so when you push this up to a piano, not only does the piano play with the little fingers coming out, as you see down below, but it also has organ music that goes along with it. Now, I told you that the Wilcox and White Symphony reed organ, there's only 13 of them known in the world. There's only one of these, and I own it. So, between 1890, when the standard was created, and 1930, with the Great Depression, basically killing off something as expensive as a player piano, people being able to afford it, there were 2.5 million player pianos created. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, we have billions of cell phones and stuff like that, but you have to remember what the United States was like during that period of time. There was a lot fewer people in the United States. And this was a huge market that invited competition and innovation. But the 88 note was a standard that people typically find. And because all these vendors were now allowed to make rolls that could go on any of these pianos, there was mechanisms that were improved in the improvements made in the mechanisms and the rolls. Now, for example, if you had a song that was maybe not so popular or had just come out, you don't know how good it's something from some little-known artist, you might put that on a roll with cheap paper with cardboard ends, and you might pay 50 cents for it. But if it was a popular song, like Star Spangled Banner or something like that, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, but my screen isn't blank. There we go. Okay, so we got the wrong. There we go. Yeah. So, you would want to have metal ends on it. You want to have really good papers to stand up to be played over and over again. And this is especially true for religious songs like Christmas carols and stuff like that, right? You want to have this. Now, I told you a little bit about my Wilcox and White player reed organ and how I had that restored, but there's a history behind it. This reed organ was originally purchased by a madam for her bordello. She wanted something that her girls could pump to entertain the customers, mostly white, rich men, who came to the bordello. And a lot of the girls didn't know how to play a reed organ or a piano, so this was something that they could do and help to entertain. But after a while, the madam got religion. She sold the bordello, and she gave the organ to a church. Now, the madam did not have songs on there like, "Oh, come all ye faithful." Well, she did, but that was a different faithful. She didn't have a lot of religious songs. She had boisterous men's songs, okay? But when the church got it, they didn't want to play those boisterous men's songs, so they bought a whole bunch of religious songs. And I have this big chest alongside of this organ, this player reed organ, that has both the boisterous songs and the church songs in them at the same time. And on the top of it, the church didn't throw out the boisterous songs for some reason. On the top of it, it has St. Peter's. But all this improvement in mechanisms and rolls meant that the 88 note standard was maintained. Now, why was this so popular? Why 2.5 million player pianos, this very expensive thing? Pretend you're in Kansas. It's 40 miles to the next town. There's no radio, no TV, Maybe you have some type of I don't know why that's doing that. Okay. No, wrong way. I'm sorry.
So while you're doing that, can I ask one question?
Yes.
It seems to me that the whole player piano concept then obviated the whole advantage of the forte in the piano because it could only play, there's a hole or there isn't a hole, so it can only hit the key or it can't. It can't do it at different intensities.
Well, that is true.
Just kind of dealt with.
Well, remember that little tone, there's little tone controls that you had down there? If you press that, they reduce the power of the vacuum in hitting the key, so you could actually,
Player at the player piano could
oh yes,
provide the forte on the piano part of it.
oh yes,
Some skill involved, at least in setting the intensity.
right.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find where I left off here. No, but I'm trying to. Oh, Kansas. I got back to Kansas. Here we go. Okay, so you're in Kansas, and you get your Sears Roebuck catalog, and you're looking through it, and you see in the musical section, the first page of the musical section, here is your player piano. And you talk this over with your wife, and you make the order, and a few weeks later, this wagon pulls up in front of your house, and these 5 or 6 burly people carry the piano into your house. You set it up, and you get your children or your younger brother and sister to sit there and pump the thing while you and your sweetheart go dance across the floor. You'd pay any amount of money for this, right? And that's what it was. So, now, there was a different type of player piano, something called a reproducing player piano, because just like you said, sir, this thing hit the note or didn't, and it could, so that's not how a piano is played, obviously. You have attack and sustain on the key, and different hits and stuff. And so they developed something called the reproducer player piano, which had extra holes in it. It had extra mechanism to create it so that it sounded just like the artist playing it. And they had contests, blindfold contests, to see if people could tell whether this was the player piano or was actually the artist playing the piano. And a lot of times they couldn't tell. However, because there were more holes needed in the paper, you couldn't use the 88-note standard paper, and there were more parts that made the piano more expensive. But worst of all, there were multiple vendors that each had their own standard for their music. So if one vendor specialized in jazz, the other one could specialize in religious music, another one could specialize in body music, and so you couldn't get a whole suite of music for these pianos. So basically, the public rejected, for the most part, the public rejected reproducers. I mean, very rich people might get them and stuff, but there wasn't enough selection in the roles for them to really become a thing, and people just didn't see the perceived value. So you can think of these reproducer pianos as being proprietary. Now, the Depression hit in around 1930, and a lot of the piano firms went out of business. The piano market never recovered because after the Depression came the war, and after the war there was radio and TV and stuff like that, and it kind of overwhelmed them. So people were running out of room in their living room, and they moved the pianos into the basement, and the leather bellows would rot, and the mice would get in and eat stuff away. There's another correlation, mice. And after a while, people said, hey, just come and take this player piano away. But in the 1960s, when I was getting ready to go to college, and the Popular Mechanics article came out, there was a revival in them because people said, hey, this is a really cool instrument, and they're almost free. In fact, a lot of times they were free. All you had to do was restore them. And so people started doing that, and this created a demand for new rolls because the old rolls were falling apart. So the companies that had been making the rolls came back into business. Companies like Playwright and QRS and a bunch of them. And even new songs. So you could get Billy Joel's Piano Man on the on new rolls for it, and there were companies that actually started making new player pianos that you had to pump. I mean, there were also player pianos. You may have seen these in airports and stuff, where they play them automatically using a MIDI drive. They sit there playing by themselves. But there were player pianos created that were just like the old ones with the bellows that you would have to pump and stuff, and that was it. But they were typically only the 88th note, because again, it was too hard to find the reproducer rolls, and there wasn't enough market for them. So, they didn't really start up that much. And so this is why I think it's a lot with Linux, okay? You get a high value for a low price. Yes, there are licenses on it and stuff, but the licenses basically allow you to get the source code to make things better. I should also say that even though the basic piano was never patented, there were patents on improvements to the piano. And if you ever go into the back of a piano, you'll see a list of all the patents that the piano has done. And sometimes you look at something that the piano maker did, you say, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Why would anybody do something like that? And then it occurs to you, they did it to get around one of those patents. Okay? So we, in the Linux and free software space, we create and utilize and defend standards, but we also innovate below and above the standard to make the better instrument. Now, I belong to the Automated Musical Instruments Society of America, and I generated many more talks about this than just this one. And I will also say that I haven't really incorporated the concept of reed organs or roller organs or Edison phonographs, cylinder and flat, all the rest of this stuff, because otherwise this would be really long talk. But in the group, we wanted to create some MPEG-3s of these instruments and put them up on the web so people could hear what they sounded like. And we started talking about this, and then we realized we had problems. Because Greensleeves, as an example, is an ancient English melody, but the rendition of it by some artist makes something that is copyrightable. And even if that had gone out of copyright, you take that and you punch it onto a paper roll, and the punching of that roll is also copyrightable. And then you put it and you record it, if somebody records it, So all this stuff means that I don't even sing in the shower anymore. Here's all the issues around that, the photo record laws that we have regarding the music industry. And it was just kind of disgusting. So, like I said, the patents are there, and the modifications are sometimes patented, and what WTF was, why did they do that? It was to get around the patent. Now, I have one more thing to add to this talk, and that's an addendum of 1942. In 1942, there was a gentleman by the name of George Antheil, and he was experimenting with player pianos. He had a series of player pianos up on the screen, and up on the stage, and he was using another player piano with holes in the paper to coordinate the 88 pianos he had playing together. Now, at the same time, there was this lady named Hedy Lamarr. And Hedy was in the movie industry. She was known as generally as the most beautiful woman in the world. But Hedy was also a very smart
01, 1011. 0001 1011.
Can you all hear that? All right, excellent.
Okay.
You have a light, right?
Hmm?
Go. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here today at Saturday at SCaLE 21. We'll be starting shortly here with our speaker, Chris McKenzie. Chris will be talking about Linux and its microcomputer predecessors pre-1996. Please bear with us as we prepare, but I'd like for you all to give a round of applause to Chris and welcome him.
It's all right. So I was anticipating that perhaps the network wouldn't work here, so I transferred everything to a PDF, and then I can do it offline. So give me a second here. I prepared for everything.
All right, while we're waiting, how is everyone doing today? Still doing good? Did anybody check out the keynote this morning? Raise your hand if you did.
How was it?
Wow, how was it? What did you think about the keynote? Does anybody want to share their thoughts? Anyone? What did you think about the keynote? Amazing. I hope you do enjoy today's session. The keynote this morning, it was Viral Shah speaking this morning at 10 o'clock. Julia? About Julia. Sorry, I misheard you.
You're like, who's she?
I'm like, wait, what?
I don't know Julia.
This is a different keynote? No, Julia.
I haven't met Julia yet.
Lovely. Once again, please welcome Chris McKenzie speaking on Linux and its microcomputer predecessors pre-1996.
And I have to do...
Please give a round of applause for Chris and welcome.
All right, here we are. Slideshow. Cool. Why isn't it at a high resolution? There it is. Okay, cool. So I have a script. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for attending. And I also have a little wand over here that I put in my pocket. And I have some props, too. Here's my wand. So make sure my wand's working. Ah, nice. So, Linux and its microcomputer predecessors pre-1996. Oh, I have to put the USB plug into the wand, or so it's not going to work. Sorry. Technology, right? All right, so this is a general talk. Here's some players from our 20th century journey, if you haven't met them. I think everybody here has seen them before, but it's all right. Let's warm up the time machine. We all use Linux, even if we don't know it. When you see a machine reboot at a grocery store, it's like, oh, hey, there's a penguin again. Linux has arguably become the most ubiquitous operating system. But how did that happen? Well, here's a story that's usually given. It's an undergrad posted about his hobby project, and a bunch of people helped out. Heard that one. But wait, a college kid with a hobby project started a computer project by posting? That's absurd. I don't believe that. What about these other things? They're only the Unixist ones. Oberon by Pascal's Nicholas Wirth is from 1987, and there were many others that didn't make the deck. but these did. Here's various other commercial efforts. Some of these are complete systems, others are kernels. The lines between are the first and last release of them. Linus wasn't shouting out from the wilderness. There was a vibrant PC Unix ecosystem that predated him. Products such as Unix and Coherent were hot stuff at one time, but now they are the works of Ozymandias. Look on the timeline, ye mighty, and despair. That's because this guy, Genghis Khan the Unix War. There's only one commercial Unix without hardware still attached to it, still around. Xinuos UnixWare 7 Definitive 2018, which last release was actually in 2017, and that's it, instead of the dial-up. But Mr. Mackenzie, there's more to the story. What about the BSD lawsuit? Well, what about it? The first BSD was released in 1978, but for our story, we'll only need two names, a husband and wife team, Bill and Lynn Gillitz. Why didn't that win the Unix war? This is usually given, but it's not persuasive. BSD is much older, and in an interview with Bill Gillitz in 1994, he said he started working on 386 BSD in 1986, even though only Net 1 and Net 2 were released in that interim. Also, there were 5 lawsuits that held up Linux in court for over a decade. Did that really affect its development? Okay, let's assume there was a 2-year-old in BSD. Then we should go over to, say, Usenet and see a fair amount of silence during that time. But in fact, we do not. This is just over 2 days. It was lively and vibrant. There's no evidence of any chilling effect. The highlighted post is an update of the lawsuit amidst a bunch of articles talking about progress and bugs. Mapping out the velocity of Usenet articles and BSD groups to look for change correlated with the court case activities showed nothing of interest. However, there were a number of articles across Usenet with titles like Linux or 386 BSD where people compare them. Many include minutiae such as specific hardware, but none talk about the lawsuit. Also, there's a first mover advantage theory where people write history from the first successful implementation and forget everything that came before. There were digital currencies before Bitcoin, MP3 players before iPod, and social media before Facebook. Linux's timing was favorable, but there's more to that than that. So we have to reject the hypothesis that BSD was held back because there's no contemporaneous evidence. Besides, NetBSD went out in '93, FreeBSD in June. They already had things like networking. The first installable Linux was MCC Interim in February '92. It's really not that far apart. Tell me how wrong I am, go to the URL and denounce me at your leisure. But just to show you that I'm a big fan, here's a FreeBSD shirt from the 90s. So I don't hate FreeBSD. Okay, I've been with it for a long time. Oh, I didn't go over the first slide. I skipped that one. Anyway, the most important one, I skipped. This, sorry. I really care about accuracy. And so I made a page for you to correct any of my mistakes over here. It has all the slides. It has all of my history. It has about 24 YouTube videos of me preparing this thing. It has all of the assets, and it has the script. And it has a way for you to comment, and if you have any questions or concerns, and if you want to have about 500 gigabytes of archives that I can make available as well. So, sorry about that. I don't know how I skipped that one. I've only done 22 test runs of this. Do you think I would have not fucked that up? All right. My apologies. We are at number 14. My apologies. Regardless, Linux has become a few orders of magnitude more prevalent than BSD and killed commercial Unix. How? There's two possibilities, the great man theory and a social history. The second is harder. Let's try the first. It looks easy. It says some glorious thing happened, but you can't do it because you don't have the right genes. Unfortunately, this isn't useful unless you enjoy sulking about things you consider flops. But you're all rock stars, right? I hope. Okay, so what about the second one? Using syllogisms, we are mere mortals. Mere mortals did this, therefore we can do this. But only if we know how. The first is a much shorter speech, a Carlyle-style hero worship about how great men should rule and others should revere them, a gushing mystical biopic. However, we've got a much harder job. And to do it, we need defendable and falsifiable hypotheses. So, here's some more terms in case you didn't know these things. I don't know how, this is a general talk. You all look pretty technical, but anyway, let's go on. Perhaps Linux was the second act of the personal computer revolution, personal software and personal hardware. If the center will not hold, things fall apart, and mere anarchy is loose upon a world, we might as well make it productive and get some nice software out of it. Maybe if Unix needed a pool of hackers to build it on cheap computers with a robust communication network and avoid bad actors taking advantage of their generosity. Maybe. There's also the maybe nots, that falsifiable thing I talked about. Number one, Unix was thought to be really complicated. Actually, it was seen to be quite elegant and simple. The Unix source license was $200,000 in the 1980s, so of course it was complicated and magical, but that was just marketing. Even 386 BSD, 20 years into Unix, was done by the Dolitzes, a husband and wife team, just 2 people. Number 2, community-based programs were thought impossible. There's an organization called SHARE who came up with the SHARE operating system in the late 1950s, which was community developed. SHARE was eventually structured closer to BIOS Cooperative. To see how it worked around the birth of Unix, let's go to Computer World 1968. During the past 4 months, SHARE has been working with IBM to define changes needed by users. When the company responded, 12 out of 13 requests has been turned down. Well, IBM, look at what happens to you when you ignore your users. Oh yeah, SHARE was Los Angeles based, so LA pride. Speaking of things that happened over 40 years ago, ancient history. Although Unix started in 1969, the first paper went out 5 years later. Here's 4 principles extracted from it that will be useful for our journey. Leverage, don't invent. Doing beats planning. Needs, not desires. Use early, use often. Although each one of these may have its flaws. Together they form a cohesion, even a synergy, if you will. Unix was designed for a dead class of computers called mini-computers. They were about an order of magnitude or 2, cheaper than mainframes and also less capable. Well, at first. People wanted to solve their tasks on cheaper machines because that's all they had access to. Roughly every decade, a new lower-priced computer class forms based on a new programming platform, network, and interface, resulting in new usage and a new industry. That's Bell's Law. It's from 1972. As mini-computers came on the market and became more powerful, Unix was there to leverage them to service people's needs. These new machines provide a new context for new software. These needs are only meant as examples. The point is that the velocity of computer progress went faster than people's needs. Apparently, computer performance increased as a square of the cost of transistors. A square of the cost and transistors per chip doubled every 18 months. Those are called Gauss's law and Moore's law. Together, it meant the industry eventually ate itself through a multi-decade-long digestion. However, when new things come in, the people who get there early don't get there easy. It's okay, though. Some of us are crazy and prefer it. AT&T was under many legal obligations, and because of that, Unix was initially distributed as if it came out of the back of an unmarked white van. The mantra was part of the presentation deck for early Linux, saying, "You're on your own." Think of the adventure. Think of the excitement. But who are you catering to with such a message? Well, where will their behavior guide things? It's not about welcoming everyone doing anything. With any of these efforts, you have to ask yourself who you're bringing to the door and what kind of behavior you're expecting. That's what separates a library from a soccer field. For example, Linux, September 1992. Minix is good for education, coherent for simpler home use, Linux for hacking, and 386 for people who want 386 BSD for people who want the real McCoy. Or Linux, a year earlier. You also need to be something of a hacker to set it up. So for those hoping for an alternative to Minix 386, please ignore me. It is currently meant for hackers interested in operating systems and 386s with access to Minix. Maintaining focus is about intentionally, not incidentally, but actually intentionally choosing what to ignore. You have to be a clear signal amongst a noisy world. Because you had to know what you were doing, Unix was initially introduced through engineering and technical people and not through the conventional decision makers. But it worked. And by the 80s, Unix was mainstream. The problems. As both the consumers and producers of Unix multiplied, the suppliers differentiated themselves, succumbing to the trappings of usual competitive markets by enclosing the commons, trying to take ownership of groups and commonly held things by setting up barriers, thus locking them in and growing their base by trying to be special, which led to fragmentation. Unix had infected everything from workstations to mainframes. Unisys, one of the mainframe makers, had an article in September 1987 issue of Computer World predicting a tripling of Unix sales in that year alone. The problem with the infighting goes back to the chart with the various blobs about computer classes. The threat is almost always coming from below. In this case, it was Microsoft and microcomputers, and not Nixtor Cynix on an NS32000 versus Clix on an Intergraph Interpro. In 1985, Microsoft argued that their Xenix Unix, which had an install base of 100,000, would be a multi-user version of DOS. In 87, they said they didn't see it competing with their plans for OS2, which at the time was seen as a successor to Windows 1.0, LOL. Things changed, specifically that December, with the introduction of Windows 2.0, and later with Windows for Workgroups and NT. That was the real threat. Anyways, Xenix required 12 360K floppies, which is seen as bonkers. I don't know how young people would be, but you're all kind of old. In case you're kind of young, 12 360K floppies. You'd have to put these in manually. You're kind of young. You can look at that. A 32 gigabyte micro SD card is about 93,000 floppies, 190 meters stacked end to end. That's like a 2.5-minute walk. All that storage is now in the size of your thumbnail. It costs as much as a taco on the west side. Anyway, software distribution used to suck. Speaking of Microsoft, that punch taped up there is how they distributed BASIC for the Altair in the 1970s. It took about 20 minutes to load, and it wasn't stored on disk because the Altair didn't have one. Just keep the computer on if you want to use the software. The lower right is called a type-in program. Software is distributed like this as multiple pages of hexadecimal. No, really, this is MLX format. They published listings like this every month for years. You typed it in. There was no electronic reader. There's some basic code on the first page, and it's not pretty either. The QR code is this game running on an emulator in your browser. You can scan it and just tap it on your phone. No typing required. Anyone want to scan it? You can scan it, give it a try if you want to. You could only use the software that you have access to. There were also software user groups which were convenient for the 1 to 20 people who lived near one. People want to, you can do it. It brings up a Commodore emulator, and then you can just play it. And imagine back then, if you wanted to actually play that game, you'd have to sit and type in all of these hex codes. It'd take hours, right? And now it's just a few seconds, so much easier. But for most, the software meant retail, mail order, or copying a floppy from a friend. The bottom two methods have consumer overhead. For dial-up, you usually had to pay an expensive phone bill, and for internet, you probably didn't have it. 2400 BPS access to Genie in 1989, for instance, was $42 an hour. And that's how long it takes to get a megabyte over 2400 BPS. This means most people were only exposed to the top 3 groups, and it was difficult for smaller developers and non-commercial ones to get their software to the masses. Paraphrasing Marketing High Technologies by Bill Davidow in 1986. It's not a product without a distribution channel, or in Linux's case, a distribution. The technology may have the potential to address the needs of many, but without specialists, read distributors, to put it in the hands of those customers, it will not succeed. Products are sold through distribution, not to distribution. Let's jump forward to the why Linux question. Here for a bit, with this diagrams up, Linux has high accessibility of the install media. March 1993, Unix World listed FTP repos, BBS numbers, and companies you can mail order Linux from. Later, you could find Linux at coffee shops, libraries, and attached to magazines at the grocery store. Filling up a CD with Linux distro and cribbing some how-tos was cheap content for a magazine who just wanted to get an issue out. But let's go back to the problems. Depending on the distribution channel, updates had logistic complexity, especially when considering updates from outsiders. For instance, if you wanted to update a retail copy of Lotus 123 and have your changes appear at the shelf of Circuit City, you'd probably have to do it yourself and get arrested. It would have been fun, though. Once there were online networks with storage and communication necessary to unlock the multiplayer online mode for the software development game, a new way to write software was created. Yaki Benklorn described this as commons-based peer production in his book, The Wealth of Networks. Let's go to Linus, 1991. I've enjoyed doing this, and somebody might enjoy looking at it and even modifying it for their own needs. It's still small enough to understand, and I'm looking forward to any comments you might have. I'd like to hear from you so I can add your software to the system. Adding Linux things to Linux is fine, but how do contributions and updates work? Unless you can answer these questions clearly, progress will be slow, infrequent, and inefficient. Everyone has to agree on the terms and feel welcome, otherwise they become petty and don't come around here no more. So GNU made a Rooseveltian list of 4 software freedoms to define free software, but it's not just license. It's organization plus license. For our purposes, we're going to talk about horizontalizing software development, what's labeled adoptive in this chart. Essentially, how easy is it for modifications to become integrated and in the same distribution channels, and other people to become a distributor or to share your product? You need a legal structure and organizational structure that affords this, an open shop that permits anyone to come in. Eric Raymond spoke to this in the Cathedral and Bazaar. In the Cathedral model, which is tall, source code is available, but development is restricted to an exclusive group. Contrast this with the Bazaar model, which is flat, in which code is developed over the internet in view of the public. The vertical lines here, from permissive to restrictive, is a general continuum. Public domain is seen as too permissive in the eyes of GNU because you can relicense and reprivatize things. I've also read that copyleft and GPL are different from each other, but I never went to law school. If you zoom in, you'll see non-computer things. Let's go over a few. Bottom right is facts. People ought to be really hesitant to modify facts and their public domain. Above that, you have most religions. Anyone can preach the good word and start a congregation, but at least in principle, the texts are sacred. As we go up, we get jokes, recipes, human language. At the top is folklore, which changes readily. As you move to the left of public domain, you get Wikipedia, which anyone can edit. On the restrictive adoptive side of social media, anyone can contribute, but the platforms retain a bunch of rights. Commercial software is down in the hesitant restrictive camp down here. The pink stuff is all Linux related, which if you're colorblind, it's this person right here. Minix is actually down next to freeware and GCC. In a hesitant category, because below the pool label Unix is. Except for social media and Wikipedia, all of this is early 1980s and not 2024 accurate. And so some of these softwares, they change terms over time. But this is a history talk, so we're talking about early 90s. Speaking of the past, let's go to the introduction of Minix. In 1986, commons-based pure production wasn't feasible. People didn't have the internet in their pocket. Because of the prohibitive logistics around software distribution updates, and especially customer-initiated, Minix could only be a cathedral. Also, it was a product of Prentice Hall, who wanted to sell textbooks and instruction material for Andy Tannenbaum. So here's the relevant part of the announcement. It's not public domain. However, the publisher does not object to people making copies for friends. That's SneakerNet. If you want to sell it, which is the two categories above SneakerNet, retail and mail order, you need permission. In his book, you will find a postcard that you can use to order the software. That's our mail order again. And he says he doesn't want to copy a bunch of floppies, as in do SneakerNet. As you can see, these distribution channels are all throughout all of this old stuff. So now Minix was adjacent to GCC. As I said before, what's up with that? GNU was also cathedral. Here's an example from an early GNU bulletin, 1987. We can see it listing out different distribution channels, again, same pattern, as they solicited funds to pay programmers to write more software, like a software engineering firm can. Here it is. They played a second role as a provider of copyleft and eventually software under the GPL, which came out a few years later. GPL is 89, this is 87. Every bulletin has a growing list of software by others that you can order. You could get Net2 BSD and then BSD 4.4 Lite from them until 1995 because Linux came from below and GNU got disrupted like everybody else. Then GNU started backing a Linux distribution, which ended up breaking up with them, called Debian. As far as distributing free stuff goes, there's precedents, such as this one from 1976, trying to be a repository for public domain software. This from smaller producers, such as Code Publishing, say Dr. Dobbs Journal. Some assembly programs ran over 40 pages long in that publication that you, of course, were expected to type in yourself. So people were looking for a more reasonable solution that didn't cost as much, but not all the pieces were there yet. All of these things required labored coordination and resources. How we instrument those means some things get better faster. Ideas are bizarre even when their implementations are cathedrals. For instance, there are many graphical desktop computers, even though each one was a proprietary restricted project. The superstructure of desktop computers operated in the adoptive space. Pretend we have a concept of a free operating system. We may not get all the parts right the first time, but the Platonic ideal exists. Well, kind of. It's as much a contemporaneous invention of anything else as a pale true thought suspended in our life stream. We can go back to Vannevar Bush's Memics article, as we may think, in the Atlantic from that was the wrong button. In 1945, to see the spirit of what we now call many things. Unlike products, Platonic ideals are collective projects owned by nobody. They're permissive and adoptive and not static abstractions divorced from human influence. They're ideas manifested from context. The map is not the territory, and in our industry, we are tasked with creating both through pure thought stuff. What a responsibility. We better get organized. This is about the complexities of building software, not about electing people, so don't worry about that. You may have heard that commercial software began when Bill Gates' open letter to computer hobbyists in 1976, where he denounced SneakerNet distribution of Altair Basic because he didn't get paid for each of the copies. I'm sure people have heard that. I thought that was the beginning. That's not really where commercial software began. In the mid-50s, software was in-house coupled with hardware or contract-based, as you can see from this 1959 ad from punch card data processing. But the version of commercial software that has products for a computer you already own has existed since at least 1960. No, really. This is another falsifiable thing. Bruce Perrin's chapter Open Source, Stephen Levy and Hackers, they allude to a Garden of Eden in the past from which we have fallen where all software is free. Really? Well, no. Here, 1966, claiming commercial software was a $100 million industry. And then in 69, 11 companies worth at least $100 million got together to form a trade group. Hardware vendors bundled software to lock in their customers like Microsoft did with Internet Explorer. It was as free as Windows is on a retail laptop. People were trying to DRM and patent software back in the 60s, and more than one succeeded. Maybe there was some idyllic Valhalla in a bubble known as the MIT Artificial Intelligence Lab, but the real world was up to the same tricks they are now. Anyway, software unbundling happened in 1968 and 69, vendor by vendor, and Unix arose from this primordial soup as one of the oldest non-mainframe software that is still recognizable today. Recognizable because the family tree looks like a European dynasty. This Unix timeline covers a few years in the late 80s. Zooming in, you'd see Minix, MIT Trix, NOS, Mach, Xenix from the House of Free Software, AT&T, or the Kingdom of Microsoft. I'm still not a lawyer, but this is really confusing. Not only did the source and binary have different terms, but sometimes only certain organizations had access to them. For instance, if you're an educational organization with a pre-existing AT&T license, then you had access to BSD, I think. So a version might have multiple parents, each with a different sheet. It's legal Habsburg. So that's why a few slides ago there's a puddle to label Unixes. Each of the Unix term, even the Unix term itself is a confusing mess. Raise your hand if you still think it's copyrighted by AT&T. Be honest. Anybody still think Unix is a copyright of AT&T? Okay, we have a few people here. All right, you're all very smart. But that's a no. 31 years ago, AT&T sold Unix System Laboratories to Novell, who then donated the Unix copyright to the X Open Consortium, which merged with OSF and became the Open Group, which is now a standards organization. Some Linuxes have gone through that process, so Linux is now a Unix. Really? You're just finding out right now? It's absurd. We need something with clean, documented history, clear license, and easy answers to all of these problems. So Linux and effectively all modern open source projects have this solved. All development is open. The history is well archived, and the OSI-approved license solves this family tree problems. The structure that's now ubiquitous is one of Linux's major contributions, and we don't hold it up as that. Modern open source software is really due to that. Also, let's talk about the internal politics of building software. In the abstract penguin slide, we covered the outside aspirational curve, where things take decades and opinions are strong in many. Things like paradigmatic ways of doing open source software development took 20 years to dominate because the longevity and applicability of the more abstract solution is on the same time frame as their implementation. But within that exists lower level Maslowian motivations. And keeping things there makes them more actionable. Let's say your network card is not sending out packets. We can say this bug is known, agreed upon, and demonstrable. So although it may not be easy, the labor path is traversable. A new network card comes out. You need it to work on Linux. That's a need. You can demonstrate and come to an agreement on what that would look like. Pretend you wanted a network card to do something it wasn't designed to do. That's harder to demonstrate and agreed upon. So we're in the desires category. To get it actionable, you need to pull the desire into the lower curve so its development cycle can encompass it. It's worth noting the Tannenbaum-Torvalds debate from 1992 illustrates this. Tannenbaum chastised Torvalds' approach because it wasn't a microkernel, and Linux was exclusive to 386. Really, Linux was in these lower curves, and Tannenbaum was trying to pull it up to the higher curves where things move far slower. That's where all the hot research always is, people trying to make these higher-level concepts more real. GNU heard of the microkernel approach. Stallman claimed in the early 2000s that's why it was taking so long and wasn't very stable. The higher-level curves are unlikely to succeed unless except as superstructures of the lower-level functions in the same way that our asymmetric approach to Platonic ideals happens in the back of incrementally more appropriate implementations, which is why you can snake a line from 1950s IBM share organization to GitHub. Through that process of clarifying the aspirations, they get moved to the concrete as they become material needs and bug problems. The clarity of the present stands on both the triumph and the wreckage of the past. For example, the Mach 3 microkernel led to Pink, NextStep, Workplace OS, Taligent, and eventually XNU, which is part monolithic and now the basis for Mac OS. To get there, that curve burned over a decade through multiple companies and billions of dollars. Also, the OSF group I mentioned before had a Mach BSD hybrid named OSF1. Apple was going to use it in alliance with IBM, but that got canceled and went on to become True64, whose last major release was in 2000, 24 years ago, to add IPv6 support. How's that transition going? As a cynic, I tend to know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Oh, speaking of costs, the prices. Here's both an article and an advertisement from May 1990. Sun says they have a cheap $6,700 computer, but here's a PC at about 1/10 the cost, which is fine if you can do some of the same things. Historically, that answer had been no, but referring back to the chart with needs and computing classes, this dynamic was likely to change soon, especially since the 386 had technical features which made running Unix-style operating systems more practical. Let's talk about the price of Linux. Zero, right? No. You were paying hourly for dial-up internet access, but between 1989 and 94, that price dropped 90%, and the speed quadrupled, which meant $100 will now cost you $250. You could also get Linux on floppies or CDs, initially priced like cheap commercial Unix. SLS was $100 and Nascent was $90, but GPL allowed anyone to distribute, so these prices collapsed quickly. But that's not the only kind of price there is. There's also the price of time. There's a conceptual, not a quantitative graph. Essentially, Windows is the easiest, but let's say you wanted to convert a bunch of files, sort the contents, pick a field, extract values, do some operation on them. These things get hard quickly. Early on, the BSDs were a pain to set up, but they had networking before Linux. They were more professional. However, there were fewer people working on them who tended to be more experienced, so they were busy and expensive. Linux was mostly students, which are famously cheap. Linux was also heavily hobbyist-oriented, which usually meant the systems were more hackable. The other Unixes presumed you had something important to do. The more difficult and time-consuming it is for a customer to use an information system, the less likely it will be that they will use that information system. That's Calvin Morris from 1959. As the complexity of the problems became more intractable, the approachability of the lower levels and internals of the system became increasingly important because people tend to use the most convenient method in the least exacting mode available and stop as soon as minimally acceptable results are found. That's the principle of least effort, and it's also how hacking works. Hackers tend to build worlds where everything is possible, but nothing of interest is easy. Alan Perlis called this the turning tar pit in 1982. Pulling yourself out of it from a capable to a usable system requires some engine to push it forward. Commons-based peer production can also be seen as prosumer, a producer and a consumer put together. It's used in social media where you're consuming other consumers' productions. Here our engine is problem-solution integration, which keeps us in the bugs needs development cycle. With the bizarre method of development, the changes reflect back quickly, which means that new users have fewer problems with their different hardware, so that for other people with, say, your network card, it will just work. But where do you find the people to do that? Well, you have to build armies, of course. Large networks are important. Their utility scales quickly with the size of the network because the combinations of groups grow faster than the utility of the groups that join. That's Reed's law. For example, we start using Linux. You have a network card that doesn't work. You can now join the subgroup of people, becoming a we that needs this card to work. This only becomes an engine if we have the right people to complete the cycle we talked about. The first levels here are the enthusiast developers and bug fixers, followed by the curious hobbyists. Then the business needs, and finally, people that can't have things fail. Arguably, one of the failings of the early BSDs is that they were too lopsided in the upper steps and couldn't get the virtuous cycle moving with enough velocity. Analyzing email addresses of about 2.5 million Usenet posts over a 2-year period, there were almost always more commercial emails for BSD and more educational ones for Linux. So even though their general trend was ascending the staircase, Linux had more torque from the bottom groups. I call this ACPI. Oh, come on, ACPI. I'm sorry about that, people. Your time is valuable. I call this Linux's revolutionary theory. The hacker vanguard forms a coalition with the personal computer proletariat, and a business-oriented bourgeoisie becomes interested, and finally, prohibitive, assiduous aristocracy is able to use it. There's one last type of price, expertise. You could assign a utility function roughly as the capability is divided by the effort required. So we've gone over 3 types of prices here, money, time, and expertise. And we have those constants here, and then we have utility is basically software capabilities divided by effort demanded. For example, where am I doing? Sometimes both capabilities and efforts increase over time. Blender, for instance, is highly capable software, but takes a lot of expertise to use effectively. Many mobile apps, on the other hand, actually remove power features over time to make the product require less effort while making it less capable. Still others, frameworks, for example, get Fred Brooks' second system, a new version that's harder to use and leads to inferior results, thus being the inversion of the graph and decreasing the utility of the product. But let's talk about these multiple arrows here. To get a larger user base, you need a diversity of capabilities requiring a diversity of efforts. Linux was able to achieve this by outsourcing the actual packaging of the OS through distributions. This is another insight about the bizarre software model. Since the entire structure is more flat and structural organization barriers are mostly removed, as markets naturally subdivide and form, they can be quickly and readily addressed. Because we're doing social history, let's use critical theory Marcuse's idea of de-radicalization. The dominant structures, say markets, subsume the novel. However, because in bazaars people can self-organize, they beat it to the punch and move faster than the market force, which is why open source decoupled structures are more dynamic and swift-footed than commercial approaches. Here's a chart from Innovator's Dilemma, describing different strategies that can be taken as technology gets better. You can push up market to higher end consumers, or you can stay with your existing customers. However, because of the horizontal development of Linux and the existence of distributions run by multiple organizations, it was able to do multiple strategies at once. Not only these, but any others that have been left out of this graph. So, the packets. More P words. A few slides ago, we saw how Linux has a horizontalist, bizarre approach to software internally. Let's look at the implications of this externally. This chart is taken from Andy Grove's 1985 text, Only the Paranoid Survive, describing how the industry moved from one-stop-shop verticals to a horizontal structure. If we put this in the aspirational space, this can be viewed as part of the same decoupling superstructure as what the mainframes were doing in the late 1960s. The premise of this transition was a book called The Coming Computer Industry Shakeout by Stephen McClellan in 1984. Quoting, "As software gains ascendancy, the key words will no longer be customization, specialization, and market niche. The new word will be integration. Systems integration will be the most sophisticated and difficult task computer companies will have to undertake." That quote, being 40 years old, gives us the privilege of seeing what happened. Essentially, 4 strategies were developed to tackle this problem. And so somebody pointed out that when I was doing a test run, that this one is here, that one is there, and that one is there, and that one is there. Anyway, so the first is to impose on a vertical by claiming you're the standard. But in practice, only one player can do that, so OS2 died. Well, not really, it's ECOS, but nobody uses it. Apple took a different route by being its own vertical, while Linux had to push out the wheel out of the tar pit and need enough people to do it. Luckily, timing was on its side. When the internet was mostly accessed at universities, September annually brought in a flood of new people that had to be coached. As residential internet grew, the old guard termed 1993 as the eternal September, the beginning of the mainstreaming of internet access. For this to happen, cheap ISPs and web servers needed to exist quickly to support users, and Linux was there to provide. It's important to note, though, that Linux was prima facie hobbyist and personal use oriented at the time. Even though Linux Journal, we had one of the original writers here earlier, has articles in 1994 about it as web servers and running ISPs. Contemporary texts such as Linux Getting Started, Unleashing the Workstation in Your PC, or Plug and Play Linux were in the lower 2 steps of our staircase, hobbies and personal. The early Slackware, MCC, and SLS distros from the time didn't include web servers or tools to run a business. The first people in new use cases don't get there with clean off-the-shelf solutions. They play the scout role, clearing the road for the army to roll in, which is why the web server book in 1985 now includes Linux. That's how that happened. Another benefactor of the eternal September is attributed to Linus's law: given enough eyeballs, all books are shallow. Let's look at the various eyeballs. The first term slide, which none of you probably read, claimed that Linux was mostly built by college students. Here's some evidence. After first releasing in October, Linux got some help, and in November, local help, sorry. And in November, it had contributions from Hong Kong, MIT, and University of Utah. In December, code came from Calgary and Berkeley, and then Colorado and Maryland students came in January. So far, everyone is under 25. As there became an increasingly pressing need for a solution like Linux to solve new problems. And that need has more or less persisted to this day. Apple is vertical, Microsoft is Untitled, and Linux continues to climb stairs that have yet to be drawn. Here's a quote by Torvalds. I think the timing was good. Even just a year earlier, I don't think it could have been done, and a year later, somebody else would have to do something similar. These 2 bottom charts show how Linux now dominates supercomputer and web server space. So how's everybody doing? Are you still awake? Yes, that's typed on this sheet, as is this. This is long, so let's have some fun. If there's a storefront named open source, what would be displayed on its windows? In fact, let's do some interactive theater and what looks like the Kyrgyzstan flag. We're a group of people in 1995 trying to bring free software to the masses. Our marketing director just told us about the marketing mix with the 4 Ps: product, price, place, and promotion. In order to have a figurehead for the free software movement, we need to find a piece of free software that qualifies these conditions. It should be easy to try, acquire, and understand. It should have a low price of time, money, and expertise. I appreciate all the suggestions so far. These are all excellent examples of free software. I especially like the elevator pitch for Emacs org mode. Before we settle on a whole project, I'm wondering if we've left anything out. Any suggestions from the audience? Anybody? Oh, yes, you, sir, the man that I've known for over a decade. That's a great idea. Maybe Linux can be the window dressing for the free software movement. Or how about this? I've got a better idea. Let's make an alt copyright pipeline. We have low-effort things for curious PC users to try. Then we gently tell them our community beliefs and encourage them to up their commitments. They'll become more familiar with projects which take effort and expertise, get involved, and become an advocate. Over time, they'll report bugs, help determine needs, and implement desires to move our aspirational project forward and make it more tangible. In order to do this, we must be a welcoming community by necessity, but also because we brought in the right people. We'll call it the Jeeples Temple. And that's how it happened. Oh, wait. How do we do it again? The perhaps. Geoffrey Moore made this graph in his work Crossing the Chasm in 1991. It proposed that commercial products mature, users with different behaviors and expectations come around. There's 2 holes in the graph, right here and here. The first group is people who are aspirational and have a high tolerance for impracticality. That's innovators. They are willing to go to the extra mile and make things work. Then there's a small hole, down right there. In the graph on the right with the electric car adoption in Norway, you can see that small slump, the first circle right here. The next group is enthusiastic about the possibilities but prefer lower effort, time, and expertise costs. That's the visionaries. Then there's a really big hole, which is the yellow one right here. The next group is a difficult one to reach. They're looking for a working product and don't want to be hassled with inconvenience. Many products don't make it there. So this is for commercial products. What about open source? I present Crossing the Open Source Chasm. The first group are passionate hackers trying to climb the aspirational curves and bring it down to the bugs and needs. If they can keep their passions going long enough and make sufficient progress, then perhaps the music makers will come around and help recruit more passionate people to enlarge that base. That's the first pipeline. If the engine between the passionate and the enthusiasts can be maintained in order to drive the problem solutions integration wheel out of the tar pit, the people can get pulled out of the Turing tar pit, and if the software capabilities divided by the software effort demanded yields enough utility ratio, then the pragmatists will become interested and the chasm is crossed. But in order to keep the pipeline but it's important to keep the pipeline well lubricated because you'll be facing new challenges and use cases and need a few of those new users to slide along the responsibility graph in order to grow the coalition as our law of division then takes hold. The clarity of the present stands on both the triumph and the wreckage of the past. Sometimes for a city to become great, it must first be destroyed so that a new generation can seize the dream and try to execute it better. Failure and passage of time unbinds us from commitments and gives us permission to kill our darlings and do a page one rewrite by naturally creating the space for us to try again, but only if we retain the liberty to do so. Here's a few historical examples. Does anybody know what these are? Anybody know what this thing is? What is it?
Is it some sort of record player, sir?
Anybody else? Radio? Oh, sir? It is. This is an early mechanical television. What about this one? It's the Cook and Wheatstone telegraph, a pre-Morse code telegraph technology. What about this? Yeah.
Maybe some sort of sound adjusting? Good audio?
It's much older than that, from the 1850s. It's an arithmometer. It's the first practical office calculator. Each of these devices have a different history, but they affected the same results. The aspirational curve eventually wasn't captured by a particular implementation. Sitting on the left of the curve, we'd like to intentionally accelerate the social technical processes, but it's a counterintuitive act. Otherwise, it'd be easy. Strong IP enforcements on strong visions diminish their chances of success. You must let go of that which you love the most. You may get the vision right, execution, timing, or team right, but probably not all at once. Facebook, iPhone, Google, Amazon. They're all iterative executions of larger ideas owned by nobody, and arguably failing on one or more of these fronts today. If you're working on a thing or have a dream and it's just you, then you're definitionally on the very left of the graph. You could argue for certain use cases, free software took over 20 years to cross the big chasm, and for others, desktop publishing, digital audio workstation, photo editing, or social media, the free software chasm is still not crossed. There needs to be a certain kind of affection for the people, their needs, desires, and aspirations, for these to eventually succeed, for, say, the GIMP to overtake Photoshop. The commitment to others with less responsibility is key, because that's how you get the new recruits. So whatever you're working on, it will take longer and manifest differently than what you thought. Don't have codependencies with it. It will foster resentment, anxiety, and low self-esteem. Really, you'll become susceptible to the great man theory. If something is dying, maybe that's the fire you need to rebuild things. Listen to the needs and desires of others, of the idea. So do one thing, do it well, work together, handle text streams, because that's the universal interface. This is actually Unix philosophy by Peter Sallis, but I'm serious about it. Good software advice is also good people advice when building software. Let's go to Tracy Kadar, Solve a New Machine, 1981. Looking into the VAX, West had imagined he saw the diagram of DEC's corporate organization. He felt that VAX was too complicated. He did not like the system by which various parts of the machine communicated with each other. There were too much protocol involved. He decided the VAX embodied flaws in DEC's corporate organization. The machine expressed that phenomenally successful company's cautious bureaucratic style. Churchill said, "We shape the buildings and thereafter they shape us." However, our buildings are different because the programmer, like the poet, works only slightly removed from pure thought stuff. He builds his castles in the air, from air, creating by exertion of the imagination, or so says Fred Brooks. Regardless, wrecking balls for code are cheaper than those for concrete, so don't be afraid to use them. Here's another Unix philosophy. This time, think about it in terms of people. Make it easy to write, test, and run organizational efforts. Interactive use with humans instead of batch processing. Make do with smaller teams. You'll need all the engines to get over the chasms and move the projects forward. Organizations which design systems are constrained to produce designs which are copies of the communication structures of those organizations. Melvin Conway, Datamation, April 1967. We studied yesterday to create a better tomorrow. The future is ours to make. Well, perhaps. And that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it. That was 4 months of effort. Any questions? Any disputes? No questions? I did a good job, I think. Or, anybody want to see another slide again or anything like that? I think we.
First slide again for the link.
Oh yeah, sure, why not? That's exactly the amount of time that I've been practicing with.
How many slides was that?
73.
Oh my goodness. This is actually really educational. I really enjoyed it.
I hope so. I hope I didn't bore people.
Kept me on the edge of my seat. Give me more motivation to keep doing open source.
Yeah.
I would like this
Yeah.
with the Commodore and Intercross thing.
There's no Commodore.
Well,
Oh, the code, the MLX. Oh, you want to play the game? Oh yeah, sure. You'll probably need a keyboard for that actually, but yeah. Scan the QR code. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. That is a Commodore 64 game. Yeah, try it out. Yeah, I don't know where the floppies went. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have seen them in person.
I've got boxes of those. I still
Of course.
I still have a Heath Kit
Yeah.
C100 that runs.
Yeah, you know, it's this realization that like there are people that are like under 40 who have never seen these before.
One actually still runs.
Yeah.
It's got a whole megabyte of RAM.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy how much things have changed. Did you like the presentation? Was it good?
Yeah, just one suggestion.
I tried to slow down. Damn it.
Because you're talking so fast, it's a little hard to understand you. My hearing's fine. You need a 3-hour time slot for this.
Yeah.
So much great material, it doesn't.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I lived through all this shit, so I really find it enjoyable. Slow down.
Yeah. I need to slow that thing down.
Question, how do you get a hold of security certificate?
My dad worked there.
It was a bank.
My dad and my ex-boss was happening during the first computer crash.
My dad worked there in the 80s. That's why I have those discs.
Yeah, Security Pacific National Bank.
It's good, right?
This slide gives me PTSD.
Right? Yeah. You did that typing, the MLX typing?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. It took a long time, right?
It took days.
It's great. Just a QR code and you're there.
Started programming, I actually used paper tape on a time-sharing computer that had 8K of RAM.
You can only use the software you have access to. That's the key.
And I wrote my own in BASIC, and we actually printed it out.
I mean, you know, and you look at the basic code and you're like, that's not that bad. Like, actually, what the hell? No. That's,
The basic is read all this hex stuff and jam it into
and then you look at Dr. Dobbs' journal, and things in the 30 to 40 pages is all assembly code.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my goodness.
Typing all that in and not making a mistake.
Well, MLX had checksums built into it,
Yeah.
so that if you made a mistake, it would catch it.
Well, what's even worse was the Altair. Flipping switches, 0 or 1.
Let me see. Is there any slide you guys want to look at? Here, you can press up and down and go through the thing.
That's not my preference. My preference is
Well, you had it right. So I lived through all this stuff.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Started using Linux in late '92.
Great. So yeah, you're using MCC interim or whatever the name. Yeah, I spent many days at Central Library going through microfiche and old copies of Unix World and reading old books that are out of print and going through all these old, trying to make sure everything was absolutely defendable, every single word. And that's why I had the script there, because I didn't want to say anything inaccurate.
It's been a fun journey. That getting away from the great man narrative is what we need to do. It's the right, it's a lot more believable history.
You-
To sort of just what kind of happened. It was the best.
You're always stuck in a hybrid of that. So although we can do the social history, it's still constructed as a construction of individual people. And so all the quotes up there that I put are still from human or specific humans, right? Yeah. And a quote from Linus Torvalds is more legitimate than a quote from some random poster. So, you still fall into that trapping.
Yeah.
But, I try not to rely on it. And I don't want to say, oh, and here he was born in, Finland and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, there's a phenomenon where over time there's a person that things get attributed to because they were there at the time because the name is known. And the farther back in time you go, the more of that attribution happens. But with this recent history, you keep those more individual attributions alive. At least there's more people that we're aware of.
I mean, yeah, he did it right, and he's a smart cookie. I'm not going to say that, but he's not a god. He's human like everybody else. Yeah.
And far from alone.
Exactly, and we can do similar things.
No, I can attest. Like I went through this with in the Commodore era, and then my first Slackware was in the 90s, back in a magazine and a CD. And that same distribution method that you described somewhere in the middle.
Oh yeah. That's an important one because you really can't put that into where is the distribution? No, it's the next one.
You're going to turn this into an article somewhere?
Yeah. Well, why not? I mean, I shouldn't I?
You should. A lot of work.
Yeah, there's a lot of work in here.
This is really nice, yeah.
It's especially this one because it's a lot of the histories do say that all software used to be free. Bruce Perens and open source and Stephen Levy and the hacker. But the more documentation I read from that era, it's bullshit.
I have an amazing textbook from 71 called Computers and Society.
Oh yeah, I've read that.
Sociological.
Yeah, I've read that one. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, it's on archive.org.
Yeah, it's a neat book.
Yeah, it has like it has like a human face, but there's like a tape machine on it. Yes. Yeah, see.
I have a physical copy.
See, I'm not bullshitting you because I can tell you what the cover is. Yeah. So yeah, I've read it. It's a good copy. I think Melvin Conway is in there, and there's a couple.
Table in that book of the cost
But everything
of
on top
computing
is stuff that
per
we
bit.
fetched in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but we're using.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, and there's some interesting things I found here. So like, free software might be legal, but by free software they meant bundled software. So free product included with the hardware, such as Microsoft's case in the late 90s. Right, and so this is about vendor lock-in, right? And then you have things like, software for sale, there's always ads. So there's no basis for that. But yeah, you were talking about
Obviously, that's not correct. So we can write.
this one.
We can use OSM data to snap it to this line. So that's like what OpenStreetMap.
Yeah, that exposure.
So that's why you would use OSM for like
Linux
everything
was
on
unavailable
base
to me when I was in
mount also is
university, and
OSM.
when
So
I
like
was
this
in
background
university,
text also.
literally the first time I read about it, it didn't support IDE hard drives yet. So,
Right, yeah.
but then, like a few years later, in like a bargain bin, I find Slackware. I'm like, oh yeah, there's that thing. And
Do you have questions?
Okay, so
Okay.
this is really
yeah,
my favorite.
he's heard the stories. I wanted to hear them from somebody else. But yeah, like that distribution sticking in the back of the book because of that free distribution. That's what. Yeah, you can, lets you bring more people in. But the other interesting thing at that era, Debian introduced the app package manager, and I think that app package manager also encouraged a lot of distribution, like of all those pieces. I guess that's one of the other parts you hit on, where you're going from people with very specific needs to sort of more general, just trying out like here's this free software.
We're working on right now is writing our
You're going through selecting a whole bunch of packages, not knowing what they are, but being able to try it out.
Yeah.
And like that was like still
Are you talking about like the front end render?
like just early days of apps. Basically.
I would say that both Slackware and SLS had a very similar system at the time. Yeah.
There's a couple. If you're
Fireballs for each of the things.
Right, and they were slightly under 360K, so you could fit them on smaller disks.
I only stuck on Slackware for a little while, and then once I discovered it, then I was like, once I tried it, then I discovered Debian. I think it was good at the time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think Debian really sort of solidified it into the form that we still use to this day.
Yeah.
But I think it certainly had precedence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But those other early distros like were, I don't know. I only tried a couple of them, but
Yeah, there's about 6 or so that I know about. And there's also Yigadrizo, which was the first one that had a live CD. They had a live CD in '93. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mention that you could raise all in here. Yeah, I should have. But it's mostly because for space, it was if I was to do MCC, it's only this big, and you could raise this big, and so it's like,
Cool stuff. Fills in a lot of gaps. It's really interesting.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that I was able to speak in front of people with gray hair, and they were okay with it. Yeah. I like the background here. There's a lot of all different ads. I took Regulus 4.2 BSD. User group, the first Unix group.
Byte magazine used to be this thick, full of these.
Oh yeah. Some of this might be from Byte. Here's Coherent up here. This is an interesting machine. This is HP's first machine. They had HPUX 1.0 built into their ROM, and they had a built-in printer.
It was like a drastically cut down.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I'd never seen that before. Yeah, and then Unix and DOS interoperability was really big. So.
I didn't realize QNX was out.
QNX was like 1980 or so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the RTOS that's still around.
Well, it became an RTOS. It had kind of real-time underpinnings, but they sold it heavily into the embedded world.
Yeah. I was in embedded in the late 90s, and we had somebody from QNX trying to sell us.
Yeah.
I think they were in Canada, Ontario. Is that the right?
Yeah. They're out of Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Canada's like a suburb of Ottawa, just west.
they've been around in the Unix world for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they became embedded in the 90s in order to
They're
survive.
still used in lots of stuff.
I think the company was bought by Wind River.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
And integrated with their RTOS stuff.
yeah, they have the same owner as Palm now, I think.
The
Yeah.
demos were really impressive back then. 'Cause they-
Pardon me?
The demos from QNX were really impressive. They did a 1.44 meg floppy challenge.
Oh yeah, everybody knew that in like '99.
That one was fantastic, and the demos they did where they just like killed drivers, like things that should have been part of your core, you couldn't, and things you could stay up.
Yeah, this is interesting because I saw these in these myths spoken, so I had to say no, that's not true. Yeah.
Never heard about that.
You never heard about this one?
No.
With that? Oh yeah, I came across it a few times.
Well, I heard about the thought to be too complicated.
But no, the source license was $200,000, so of course it's complicated.
Unless you have the workaround where you bought the Lion book and then typed it in.
The 76 Lions book. Yeah, that was seen as illegal and later on. Yeah. But it's now open sourced and hypertext based, so you can click on it on his websites. Hey Luke, you're late. Oh, you attended it? Yeah. Oh, great. Oh, okay. What do you think? What? I think you should talk to the audio people. Why? There was some sort of echo there. Oh, I'm sorry. Some sort of echo, kind of harder to understand than normal?
I didn't notice it up here, but so back there.
That was my opinion.
Well, most people stayed. I think I had like a 95% retention rate, which is good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. But then whenever somebody leaves, like, oh no, I'm boring them. Oh no.
Might just been my ears.
Yeah, it looks great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't pack the room, but it wasn't empty.
we used to give everyone code day t-shirts, which was too expensive to continue to do. It was like $10,000 a season or something. But like, it was cool because for a while you would see people just randomly, like in Costco or something, I'd see someone wearing a code day t-shirt. I'm like, that's cool. Oh, actually, no, it's this. Cool. Okay, it works. Yeah, I used to use Linux for my actual, like, for everything, but, like, getting it to connect to projectors at conferences was so awful. Like, I just had to remember all of the, like, random text random commands for, like, whatever weird, like, specific setup they have. Now I know that.
And I like I said that I got a Mac, so I didn't have to deal with I guess the outside world stuff. And
Yeah.
then it's got a terminal and it's Unix under the hood.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's why I ended up doing that. Plus now the battery life is so much better with the new ones. Mike. Yep. Yeah, and I have about, does this work, right? Yeah, this is working. Okay.
Anything over the mic unless you want it.
Where is the live stream?
It's on YouTube at SoCalLinuxExpo.org.
Oh,
So you could let everyone know that they can watch you now and comment on how well the stream is doing.
Yeah, well, because I went to the website and I
You
didn't
have to
see.
go. So, as a volunteer-run organization, it's not entirely sure the volunteers are on the ball about certain things. We don't go out of our way to advertise it until it's a done deal.
Yeah.
But if you go to SoCal Linux Expo YouTube and you go to the live tab, you'll see that all these rooms are being live streamed.
Cool. I'll send that to people. Yeah. Also, honestly, we've done this with like Ignite, the like public speaking storytelling event that I do. Like we just don't advertise it because we want people to go in person. Like we don't want them to watch the live stream. We'd rather they actually come. So.
But I think for me, they don't know what this is and they don't care enough to come until there's this one talk they really want to do.
Yeah.
And then when they see what it's like on the live stream, then they know they should have come in person. Look, that was the open source rover talk yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's on the stream, but yeah, this is really, you should have come in person.
Yeah. Yeah, well, especially for like the rover thing, that's going to be a lot more interesting in person. Yeah, youtube.com/SoCalLinuxExpo. Cool.
So I asked some people to go directly to your talk just because then they can get the full breadth of it. Like you can't necessarily get in an in-person, like short conversation.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully people like it. I don't know. I went to the OSPO panel last night.
I totally missed going to that. I wanted to go.
Yeah, it was good. Stephanie, one of the panelists, is like I have met her many times online. We're in a like open source mentorship interest group thing that meets every month, and I'm actually I think on a panel with her in Open Source Summit next month. But I've never met her in person.
Did you go up and?
Oh yeah. I was like, okay, like she's like, I recognize you from somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, it's the Zoom calls.
So what is this open source mentoring about? Is it about mentoring open source contributors or running open source projects?
I mean, I kind of talked about both. I talked a little bit about the like code day, like high school events, just because like it's.
No. I'm asking about your.
Oh, the working group. like, it's mostly researchers that study that. Like, it's a bunch of the OSPOs, and then myself and Kevin Wang, who runs Mentors in Tech, which is like a similar thing.
That's great. So what I've been doing at work is I've told them for a long time, if just keeping something on GitHub or saying, hey, you can contribute is not enough.
No, it's not.
And I'm the one that does or tries to work on the part where it's not enough.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm just trying to figure out if this would benefit me. What would you think?
Yeah, I don't know. It might. Like, honestly, we just established this, like, 4 months ago, and so we've had 4 meetings to try to figure out exactly what we want to do, and then, like, now we kind of know what we want to do, which is, like, we want to be able to, like, provide guidance and, like, go to conferences and stuff like that to talk about how to make your open source project more approachable to people. So, yeah, I don't know if the interest group is, like, I think the interest group is more like the people who are studying it, and then we're just trying to, like, go out and, like, talk to other people.
I like hearing what other people are doing because they suck it away and then do something with it later.
Yeah, I mean, if you're interested, I can
Send me the info and then I will, like, I think this is career-wise, not that I need to do this career-wise, but I just get annoyed when people don't do things that I think should be done.
Yeah.
So I'm like, they're not things that I will do it.
Yeah.
And I'm at the point where I can do it.
it's like basically a superpower that like everyone wants to talk to you just because like you're young and they remind them of them when they're young or whatever it is. I don't know why, but like everyone loves talking to like students. You can just ask, you can just get anything you want. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's cool.
Oh, by the way, if you do go there, feel free to go into either the next generation talk track or the next generation playground. So that's in 103 and 104. So if you look at section 103, I cannot remember if any of it involves cybersecurity. But if you look there, you see anything interesting, like for staff topics given by high school students. And then the activity room, we have rovers trying to increase science skills and stuff. So you can check that out as well.
Is there a hashtag or something for this? Is it just like hashtag SCaLE?
SCaLE 21X.
Okay.
I sadly think I need to get more involved with PR folks because I don't understand their PR.
Yeah, I don't know either. I was just posting it on LinkedIn, but none of them are suggesting.
I think once we have a LinkedIn, it's SoCal Linux Expo, but all of our social media is basically SoCal Linux Expo. So if you just want to like ping
live mic.
Test, 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 test. Cool. Test, test, test. Testing. Cool. Mic 1, 2. Cool.
Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday, and welcome to SCaLE 21. How's everyone doing today? How are you doing? How you doing? Yeah, awesome. I am here to introduce our next speaker today. We have Tyler Menezes. He will be speaking on nurturing the next generation of open source contributors. If I could get a round of applause for Tyler.
And thank you, Mackenzie, for the intro. So yeah, my name is Tyler Menezes. There's a picture of me from a child. Yeah, I'm here to talk about nurturing the next generation of open source contributors. I am the executive director of the nonprofit Code Day, which I started when I was in high school. So it's been I think 15 years now that I've been doing this. So it's been a while. I'm going to talk to you today about a couple of things. So first of all, why is open source good for students? If you're a student here, hopefully that inspires you. If you're not a student here, but you're interested in open source, hopefully I can convince you to, care about this, because I know some people don't. What are the problems that students face when they're trying to contribute to open source? Or just generally when you're trying to build cool stuff as a student, like what are the problems that a lot of students face? And then finally, I want to talk about if you're a maintainer of an open source project, even if it's like just 2 users. If you're a maintainer of an open source project, what can you do to make your project easier for people to contribute to, and specifically students? So like I said, I'm the executive director of the organization called Code Day, we have a saying, there's a place in tech for everyone. We want to help everyone find their place in the tech industry somehow. Doesn't mean that everyone has to be a programmer, but there's so much technology in our lives every day, and we just want to have everyone feel confident that they can contribute in some way if they want to. Here's kind of a background on how we got into this idea of helping students with open source. So we started out a long time ago with these events that we just called Code Days. And they're basically hackathons. We never call it a hackathon. What we do is we get a bunch of high school students from a city together for a weekend, and we help them make video games. And we have a really big focus on people who are like lower income. Sorry, I can hear myself talking on the live stream in the background. We have a big focus on folks who are lower income areas, so we can provide them a lot of resources like free laptops and rides to the event and stuff like that. And we have a really, really big focus on people who don't think that they want to code already. So we would get, and we still do, get artists, musicians, people who just want to make video games but they don't like the code part. And we just want to show them how cool and creative and fun technology can be, how it can be an expression of creativity. There's 2 things that we really design these events around, by the way. One is agency, like the power to shape the world around you. If you have a computer, that's all you really need to make a change that actually affects like your friends, your family, your community, or just millions of random people around the world. That's what open source is about as well, and we'll talk about that later. Second thing for us is creativity. Like, tech is a way to just make something cool. It's a tool. It's a way to build something. I know that some people love the math and the science and the logic part of it, but for a lot of us, we're into tech because we just want to make something cool, and we want to give that experience to students as well. So we started doing these events called Code Days, and students would just they'd come in, they knew nothing about programming, or maybe they took an intro class, but they hated it. But they'd come in and we'd say, what do you want to make? And they'd pitch us on something. So here's a project. This was a project called Thorns, A Lost Conversation. It's like a dating sim style game, but your words actually are your weapons. So if you want to, you can tear down your opponents or build up your friends. This was made by a group of folks who had not programmed before. Actually, they had someone who had programmed before, but he switched and he did the art. And they built all the art, and they had custom music, and it's great. There's a trailer on our website that they put together if you want to watch it. Here's another project. This is from 2 weeks ago in Seattle. This is all custom art that they made in a weekend, and this is a game where you play as a cat, you have a weapon, but when you shoot someone with your weapon, it not only kills the enemy, it teleports you to that location. Super neat game mechanic, made by total beginners. This is another one that I really like. It's called Pocket Frog. Basically, it's like a Tamagotchi using a bunch of sensors that were built into this electronics kit that we got the students. So like if it was too hot or too cold in your room, your frog could I don't know, be injured or something. So we were doing this for years, and we still do these events to this day. And we have had, last time when I put this slide together, 70,000 students who've gone to these events in person. We have one in LA, so if anyone's interested in volunteering for that, let me know. We have 50,000 of those students were underrepresented in CS, and a large number of them were not planning to pursue it beforehand. A big majority of the students that come to our events are actually lower income, increasingly more and more. And that led us to kind of an interesting problem that we started to notice recently, which is that a lot of these students wanted to pursue CS afterward, and they kept pursuing it, and they ended up at community colleges. And some people here might think, community colleges? Did you know that community colleges in most states now can give out bachelor's degrees? In Washington state, we can get a 4-year BS in computer science degree. In a lot of states, it's a BAS, or Bachelor's of Applied Science, but it's a 4-year degree. Did you know that community colleges are like free to $5,000 a year? That's an awesome opportunity for our students. And so a lot of the students that were graduating Code Day were going off to these community colleges, and they were lower income, you know, like a lot of the times they were working service industry jobs or something to pay for their living expenses. And they would end up at these colleges that were super affordable. And so we had all these students going here, and do you know who we didn't have at these community colleges? Recruiters. Recruiters didn't care. These are what are called non-target schools. If you are looking to hire college graduates for your tech company, the projector just went out. Well, that's okay. If you are looking to hire if you're looking to hire college graduates for your tech company, you want to go to the biggest big name schools. And so a lot of these students were getting overlooked by their potential career prospects. And sort of compounding to this, just a side note, but I find it super interesting. A lot of students don't realize that like you have to do stuff outside of school if you want to get a good job, unless you went to like Stanford. So like, here's one stat I found. How many % of students do you think thought that they needed to learn anything outside of classes to get a job in tech? Call it out. 10%? Okay. 5? Okay, well, people are more negative than I thought, so that's good. 45%, but still less than half. So more than half of students think that they just need to learn what's in class and they'll get a good job. Maybe that's why you're all here. Self-selecting, I don't know. What % do you think didn't actually do anything at all? Yeah, you know, time's limited. Like, what % of students do you think did literally nothing, including like preparing a resume or going to a career fair? 25, I heard 25. Yeah, almost a quarter of students did literally nothing at all to prepare for getting a job other than just trying to get a good GPA. So big problems for a lot of students everywhere. And that's kind of how we wound up in this space, is we were just thinking like, well, what can we do for folks, right? What can we do? And by the way, GPA was not correlated with success in finding an internship almost at all. A lot of people don't even look at it unless you have like a 4.0. So we were looking at this and we were thinking, well, what can we do, right? What can we do for students to help them get a leg up? Initially, we were just thinking, like, let's just build out student resumes, and we'll get to later why this is even more valuable. But and we were thinking, well, what is it that we care about? We were doing these high school events. What are our things about? It's about agency, right? It's about being able to shape the world around you. It's about being able to create something awesome. And we were thinking, well, like, what can we do for these students? And we have Code Day. I used to be a software engineer, and I still do a bunch of stuff, and all of our students are into it. And so we have a ton of open source software on our own. This is like a quick graph of some of it. Like, we have a ton of open source software that's maintained by like volunteers. We build all of our stuff in-house. It's awesome. Like, we have a bunch of cool stuff. So we're thinking like, maybe there's something here, like the students who are contributing to our stuff are getting a lot out of it. And then we had a really interesting story. One of the people who used to contribute to a lot of our software was a person named TJ Horner. And they ended out, like, I hired them as an intern at one point, and they contributed a ton of stuff to our open source software even before then, just contributing to our open source software, making cool stuff. And they kept doing that, and they made a MakerBot web UI for like starting 3D prints from a website, so you don't have to be there in person. And this sort of made its way around online, and it became popular on Reddit. And TJ got a call from a recruiter from MakerBot, basically saying, hey, we want to do something like this. Do you want a job? And TJ, by the way, when this happened, was in high school, had not graduated high school. And so TJ is like finishing out this high school year, like having to do all of the stuff that you have to do of like, what college are you going to go to? Well, I'm not going to because I'm going to not go to college because I got a job offer from a company in New York to be a professional software engineer already. Which is awesome. So open source, we're like, wow, maybe this open source is really just the continuation of like, let's help students do cool things. And you know, I've contributed to open source before, and I think a lot of y'all know, projects are looking for help, right? Like there are some open source projects already that tag issues as good first issue, help wanted, simple task, up for grabs. There's these great people out there who want to get people involved already. It's a small number of them right now, and I think it's growing every day as people realize this. But so we started thinking, well, let's do that. Let's connect students up to some open source projects. And so this started in 2020, really in this format. We've done some version of this for a long time, but this format started in 2020 when no one could get internships because of the pandemic. And we went and we found all of our volunteers from our Code Day events, all of our mentors, and we just said, hey, do you want to remotely mentor a student like online and help them make an open source contribution? And we get a bunch of yeses. A bunch of people were on board with this. So we paired one mentor, 3 students in an open source project. And we gave them a task. We found a bunch of tasks. Some of the mentors helped us find tasks. We found a bunch of stuff. And that was our first year, and the students got a ton out of it. I'm going to talk about the results later, but the students got a ton out of it. The mentors got a ton out of it, and it resulted in some really cool stuff. So I want to move into the stuff that I think is going to be applicable to everyone now. That's kind of the story piece, and I think it's really cool, but you know, what can you take away from this? So when we were putting this together, we started looking at why aren't students contributing to open source software already? And even more generally, why aren't students doing things outside of the work that they do in classes? Even at the high school level, why aren't students making things outside of their classes? And there's a couple reasons. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is what we call the expert fallacy. And this is probably the most prevalent thing that I've seen in general in all sorts of students. Students don't know how to work independently. Why is it that students don't know how to work independently? Well, because for any of the students here, you probably know this, right? You've spent your entire life pretty much up until this point in school, right? You've spent 10 to 15 to 18 years in school when you're going to, you know, start trying to think about making something. Well, what does school teach us to do, right? It teaches us a lot of really valuable skills, but it teaches those skills in a really particular format, right? You study and you take a test, and you study and you take a test, and you study and you take a test, and it's like you don't even notice it at some point, right? Like we're in this room, we're all breathing air, but like we don't think about the fact that we're breathing air until someone points it out. Like that's what this is like. It's just all around you, and so students start to internalize this idea of I need to know the answers to things. I need to study for the test, and the test is everything I do, and if I don't know the answer, that means I failed. So when students were, you know, coming up with this thought of, I don't know what to do, it was absolutely terrifying to people. And maybe some of you have felt this way still. I mean, I still sometimes feel this way, right? Like this is just, I don't know what to do, so I failed. Because I am studying software engineering, or I want to go to college to be a software engineer, whatever it is. Like, if I don't know what to do, that means I failed the test. And that is such a problem. So we have to try to find ways to help these students break out of the study test cycle and start to, you know, rewrite this question in their head of, I don't know what to do, so that means I failed, to I don't know what to do, but I can learn, right? I can figure it out. So that's one of the things that holds a lot of students back from contributing to things. The second thing is finding starting points. So this is something that no one teaches in school. I've like not seen anyone teach this in school. You're just supposed to figure it out at some point. if you want to contribute to Linux, we're at the Linux Expo, right? You want to contribute to Linux, there's a bug that you found in Linux. How are you going to fix that bug? You have to figure out where it is in the code base, right? You have to figure out the line of code that's causing that. I went on Wikipedia to try to figure out how the Linux kernel worked. And this, by the way, this is the simplified Linux kernel diagram. For some of us who've been around for a while, like maybe you've taken an operating systems class, like some of these things you can start to wrap your mind around it, right? But if you're a student, you don't have what I would call context, right? You don't have years of working with these things. You haven't seen these design patterns over and over and over. And so for those of us who've done this for a while, you see a Django application or something like that, and you think, oh, okay, like I can go into, if I'm trying to fix something with an action that's happening is probably in the routes, and so like I'm going to go and I'm going to look for folders with a certain name, and like maybe I can extrapolate from the URL where it's going to be, or things like that, or some techniques like tracing code through the code base. Like, how do you do that? If an error is happening, put breakpoints and just step through the code and find out how it's flowing through the code. Like, that doesn't, I mean, that's just, it's a skill that no one teaches explicitly. You are expected to figure out how to find your own, what I like to call a starting point. And if you want to contribute to something complex, I mean, this is even a good thing, right? Because at least there is a diagram for the Linux kernel. If you want to contribute to the Linux kernel, if you want to fix a bug in the Linux kernel, at least there is a diagram. Like, maybe this is helpful. Like, a lot of projects don't have that at all, right? And a lot of things in general that you want to do don't have that at all. So finding a starting point is the second big problem that a lot of students have. The last problem that we identified is the stupid questions thing, right? It's being embarrassed to ask for help. It's like asking for help is a high bar to clear. It's very difficult for people to do. It's very difficult for professional engineers to do. But in our experience, it's even worse for students in a couple ways. So if you're a mentor to students, or you're thinking of being a mentor to anyone, like, this is a really big one for me. Literally, I have talked to students who feel bad for searching for something on Google. I heard like some people chuckle in the audience because it's ridiculous, right? But like, literally, like, I don't know if you can see this. There's a lot of Google searches and Stack Overflow results in the tab bar there, right? Like, this is like, I took a screenshot of my computer when I was working on a project. I have had students where at some of our in-person events, like I'll talk to them and they will come to me and ask me for answers for everything. They won't use their own brain, they'll just use me as their brain. And I'll say, well, what have you searched for? And they will feel bad about it. And one time, like, I literally had a friend there who was mentoring, and he was at the time an engineer at Facebook. I was like, hey, like, just come with me for a second. So I walk over to this friend's computer and I'm like, hey, Ashot, show me like what searches you have open right now. Like, what does your web browser look like? He was working on something for work, and he has like 20 tabs open of Google searches. And I'm like, see this? Like, this is someone who's getting paid like, $200,000 a year. They can search for things, you can search for things too. But a lot of students don't feel like they can do that, right? They don't feel like they have the permission to do that. They don't feel like they understand how software engineers work. This comes up in kind of other ways. People just feel bad because they don't understand what being a software engineer is about. And I know that we're not even talking about open source now. Like, we're just talking about getting students involved in software development at all. People don't realize that, like, for example, the number of lines of code that you write is not an output of your productivity. That was written about in like the Mythical Man Month in like the 90s, right? Like, that's not a thing that we measure, but like, students don't realize that like figuring out what line of code to write is 80% of the problem sometimes, especially if you're joining a new project. It's okay to spend 2 weeks figuring out which 2 lines of code to write. That is normal sometimes. It's not all the time, but it's often the case that it takes that long. So really, a lot of people just don't understand what we sort of talked to a bunch of mentors and got a lot of feedback and just sort of revised down into what we call the software development process. And this is something that students, that if you're mentoring a student in one of these projects, you need to learn. You need to, I mean, you know it as an engineer, but like, you need to be explicit about this, which is, Identify and define the problem, right? How do you figure out what the problem is specifically? A lot of people literally have never even used a debugger. Even if you're not using a debugger, like I sometimes don't want to set up a debugger, so I'll just put a bunch of console print lines. Like how many people have done that, right? You know, you just put a bunch of console print lines in places and you see where stuff goes. Like those are all techniques that no one ever specifically taught me and no one is ever specifically teaching our student. Online and peer research to find existing solutions. Google it, basically, right? If you work in a company or you work on a team or like you're contributing to an open source project, go on the Discord, like ask for some pointers, right? Go on the Slack, ask for some pointers. Experiment, learn by doing. Just try things. Like people are so afraid a lot of times to just try things, and it's like we're using Get for everything now. If you mess it up, just Get stash, and then you're back to where you were before. Like you didn't lose anything, right? Just try things, see what happens. Like if you change a line of code to something else, like does something different happen? That's something that we do all the time as engineers when we're building things. Evaluate the proposed solutions. If you have a bunch of different things, which one is a good one to choose? Verify that you actually solved the problem, which a lot of people don't do sometimes, even in industry. And document the solution, which a lot of people in industry do not do that last one. But generally, like this is the process that engineers go through when we're solving a problem, right? Like unless we know what to do off the top of our head because we've solved it 1,000 times before, we are internally going through some version of this. No one has ever told most of the students that this is what we do. They spend day in, day out going to classes, going to tests, and being tested on specific concepts, and no one is ever telling them, here's what you do when you don't know what to do. And so this is super, super frightening to people to come into this situation and say, I have no idea what to do, and I don't even know what to do about that. I just must be a failure. Like, I can't ask someone for help. I can't Google this. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, it's terrible. So these are all the problems that we started to try to figure out. And some of these, I think, are solved by mentorship and by working in working with schools to try to teach more of the stuff in schools, which we're doing. But there's also parts of this that actually open source maintainers can help with. Honestly, even just being aware of this is part of it. But yeah, so I want to talk now a little bit about how maintainers can actually help with this. What are some things that we can do if we're involved in open source software? What can we do? So the very first one, I'm going to count it at 0, right? Like the number 0 thing that maintainers can do to help is just be mentors for students. Be mentors for people that want to come into our communities. That doesn't mean you have to devote huge amounts of time to this, but have a Discord or a Slack or something like that. Just tell people that you're available. Explicitly tell people that you're available. If someone joins your Discord, just tell them like, hey, like welcome, you know, if I can help at all, like let me know. Just try to make yourself available and be aware that, especially with newer programmers, these are problems that we're gonna face. Just being available as a mentor is a really big part of that. In terms of some specific things, though, that maintainers can do, and I'm going to go from sort of easiest to hardest, I think. Number one thing is just having a contributing file. A lot of open source projects don't have a contributing file. I mean, literally, even like, what is your style guide, if that's something that you care about, right? Like, how do you build this? It can be like some really bad notes. It doesn't have to be great. Just start with something. And that goes a long way. Resources is another thing that I really like to see in contributing guides. If you have a Discord, make sure to link that in there. Whenever I try to contribute to an open source project, and what we teach our students to do is look for the contributing file first and foremost, have that be your guide. A lot of the other resources out there for a project are going to be how to use it, but like this is your place to tell people how to develop it. The second thing that I think maintainers can do to help is having a dev environment. So GitHub has this really awesome feature now called Code Spaces, which is basically visual code in a browser backed by like an ephemeral VM. It's got a free tier. The free tier is fairly generous, and colleges, I think, can get it for free too, so all the students have it for free. You can basically put like a Docker file in your repository and have it so that you can spin up a development environment by clicking a single button in GitHub, and it's going to give you a tab in your web browser that can have everything configured. A little bit more work to set it up, but I have set this up on some of our projects, and it saves everyone, including myself, a lot of time, because sometimes I reinstall my computer and I don't want to figure out which dependencies I need to install like 14 times. So having a dev environment is great, but like, especially if you want to support students too, if you do require local development for some reason, like we've had some embedded projects, stuff like that. A lot of folks are on Windows, unfortunately. A lot of students can't afford a Mac and don't want to run the risk of using Linux and having their computer not turn on the day of a exam. Some mentors and I were making fun of Arch Linux for this recently because that's even worse. But like any sort of Linux computer, like sometimes, I mean, it's like, it can be a problem. And so like a lot of students don't run Linux. A lot of students can't afford a Mac. They have a cheap Windows computer. That's what they have. And if your project doesn't at least reference like WSL or something like that, it's a little bit harder to get going. So like, are there build instructions for your dev environment? How do you get it running? Does it actually work reliably? By the way, like keeping this up to date is its own thing, but yeah. Third thing that maintainers can do, CI with linting and tests. I think the first thing is obvious, like CI is going to be helpful. The students know if it works. Like it probably helps you as a maintainer figure out stuff more quickly, but also it helps the students make sure that their code is working properly and like is not going to get blocked by something silly. Really, really common thing that like someone makes a small formatting error, and if your CI doesn't catch that, then what ends up happening? Well, the student submits a pull request. They worked on this for like, 3 weeks or 4 weeks or something like that. And they submit the pull request, and then they wait like 5 weeks, and then someone finally gets around to reviewing it, and the style is wrong, or they, had their editor configured incorrectly, and like their file is in, /r/n instead of /n, or like whatever, right? And then it gets rejected, and then the students like they're in finals or something like that, so they're not going to get around to it for a while, and it just drags on and drags on. So having a CI with linting is really helpful. Tests are really helpful as long as you actually use them. I cannot tell you how many open source projects have tests that fail consistently. And I know about all of them because what happens is our students will book TA meetings with our TAs who are more experienced open source contributors because their PR is, they got failed tests. And then we'll go and we'll do our own test, we'll run the test ourselves and find out that like even if they had just changed the README file, they were still going to get an error because the tests just don't work. So if you're not going to keep your tests up to date, I guess the lesson is don't have the tests at all. But yeah, like CI with linting and tests can be really helpful. It just helps everyone get going faster because if you want new contributors to your project, like you don't want to make them wait around for 6 months to get their thing finally merged. It's not a great environment, and like they're not going to be excited about coming back. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So for folks who don't know, CI is continuous integration. The way that I like to think about it is just like when you push code or when you open a pull request or something like that, having automated steps that are just going to check whether the code conforms to certain requirements. So like, does it pass the test that we've set up for it? Does it meet the style? Like, are you using tabs versus spaces or something like that? And it can do that all automatically every time you commit or every time you open a pull request so that you can immediately get feedback within like a minute or something like that. It can do a lot of other cool things too. You can automatically, if it's a website, spin up like a testing website that people can visit or things like that too. Really good resource if you're not familiar with CI is just GitHub Actions. It's built into GitHub. It's basically free for most use cases, and it's super, super easy to use. Cool. Fourth thing, this is getting a little bit more complicated for maintainers. I know this takes some work to do, but this actually I found can be really helpful for everyone. Having an architecture.markdown file, how do the pieces fit together and how does the information flow? That's the way that I like to describe this. Like, it doesn't have to be super detailed, doesn't have to be like the most complicated, in-depth version of everything, but just giving someone an overview, helping them build that mental picture of how your code base fits together early on is extremely, extremely helpful. So this could be like a flow chart or something like that. This could be even just some text notes. What are the different directories in my repository, and like what do they do? Like even just saying something like this uses the MVC pattern, or like this is using React Redux as the primary state store or something like that. You can figure that all out if you know enough. But remember what I said earlier, a problem that a lot of students have is they don't have the context. So if you're super experienced, you'll see a repository and you can sort of immediately tell this is what they're doing. But if you're a student, you don't know that because you've seen what you've learned in class and you don't have much experience. And so having somewhere where it's explicitly documented is really helpful. Even just calling out which important key libraries are important to this, like Next.js and React and Redux is a huge help already. The last thing is good first issues, and this takes the most work because this is a regular ongoing thing you have to do, right? You have to be tagging these issues as good first issues for people to look at if they want to get involved. It's extremely helpful as someone who wants to get involved in an open source project to have these, but it does take some work. And by the way, what makes a good first issue? So we have a lot of experience with this now, and I think that we've sort of come to the conclusion that there's a couple things that make something a really good first issue. One of which is that it's self-contained, right? So it's solved in one file. Really great thing for a good first issue. Minimal tracing around the code base. If you know that it's going to be hard to find something, if you know that it's going to be in a weird location, it's probably not a good first issue. Ideally, this should be something where you have an intuitive grasp in your head. You just have an idea of probably this is where it is, and it's probably going to be like fixed in one file. You don't have to know for sure, but like if you have an intuition that it's self-contained, that's really good. The second thing is clear. Your issue should have enough detail that they don't have to ask clarifying questions. I think this seems obvious, but a lot of issues don't do this. If you're going to open a good first issue but not provide enough detail for people to figure out what you're asking them to do, you might as well not open it because like you're just creating a ton more work for yourself. Third thing is decided. I've seen a couple projects that will mark things as good first issues that actually require maintainer feedback. And if you're going to have a 1 month long discussion about how you want to solve something from a design perspective, that's not really working with the timeline of like a good first issue contributor who just wants to get started. So it shouldn't require a maintainer discussion to move forward. Last thing is recent. So a lot of good first issues will stagnate. I'm not a huge fan of like auto-closing issues. I know some repositories are really aggressive about auto-closing issues, and then I'll go and search for it, and it's like, okay, well, I found this exact issue from 6 months ago, and it's auto-closed. Thank you very much. Like, but I do think with good first issues, especially because they're often really small, easy to fix things, there is a tendency for them to just get fixed and not closed because someone didn't even notice there was an issue for it. So I don't know if auto-closing issues is the right thing, but maybe if someone 1 or 2 times a year can just go through and take a look, like are these still actually active issues? Because it kind of sucks if you spend like 3 hours getting the code to build, and then like finally you've gotten everything working, and then you find out that the issue doesn't even exist anymore, and it's like, okay, thanks. Okay, so if you want to take a picture, this is kind of my my overview of like what we think are the important things, or I think this talk is recorded too, so you can always come back to it. Okay, so I talked a lot about what we figured out along this process and sort of what are the things that we have found to be problems and what are some of the solutions that maintainers can have, what are some of the things that mentors can be aware of. What do the results from this look like? This is something that we do on an ongoing basis now. So the very first time we did this was in 2020, like I said. Here are just some examples of some cool student projects that people made. And I want to clarify, this is teams of 2 to 3 students who have never done a project outside of class before. These are mostly community college students. The first year we actually even had some high school students, but they're mostly community college students, never done anything outside of classwork before. Here's a team that added the ability to read a common data format that's used in self-driving car LiDAR sensors and visualize it in an open source project called Cesium. There's a whole video that you can watch that they put together on our website. If you search for it, I think you can find it. But yeah, there's a team of 3 students, and they put together this module that visualizes self-driving car data, which was just like super, super cool for them and for us and like for everyone involved. Here's another example from our first year. This is actually mentored by a mentor who works on flying cars. At the time he was at Uber Elevate, now he's at Joby Aviation. He was helping them with an open source project that is used for like map visualizations to add features to visualize airspace. So it's kind of an area he was familiar with. I want to stress also, one of the things that we did that was kind of unique with our experience was that the mentors actually didn't know much about the project that we matched them with. And that was intentional. If you remember, a lot of the things that we talked about as common problems in mentoring, or in students contributing, was them not being familiar with the software engineering process of how we do things as engineers. How do we problem solve when we don't know the answer? So it's actually helpful for us to have mentors who don't know the answer already, because then they can show students, here's how we do it. So for our thing, we didn't get maintainers to be the mentors for this. We got mentors who are software engineers who knew nothing about the open source project, and they were the ones who were actually mentoring the students regularly, and then the maintainers were just like a subject matter expert when you needed it. So these were some really cool projects. There were a ton more from that first year, but a lot of students did actually get open source pull requests opened. And I think right now, we've continued to do this since. We've had somewhere like 2,000 or 3,000 students who've gone through this. It's like 88% for like the last several batches have gotten a pull request merge, which is pretty cool. But more importantly, like this was all just, again, this all started because we were like, well, these community college students don't have as many resources. Let's give them something cool they can put on their resume. That was where we started, right? But where we ended up was we started doing surveys of mentors, and we asked them a bunch of different things. And my favorite to ask them about was that what I called the software development process, right? And so we asked mentors, if you want to learn more about the exact scale and everything like that, there's a research paper that we published that I'll show later. But basically, we asked mentors how good are these students at a couple different things, and one of them was the software development process, right? And so this is going from like 50% to 80% positive sentiment on mentors on how their students were doing. And the other axis is the week. So the students started off pretty bad, like better than half. Like it's not good. Like this is like basically saying that like somewhere around a little bit less than 60% of mentors said that the students were performing at what they would expect to be an intern level, right? So that's where they started out. And then it actually got worse, and it got worse. So they started out not great. They got worse. They got worse. The students were really, really, really struggling. But at some point, it clicked for them. And then I'll sort of reveal the rest of the chart, and like it ended up, the next week they got a lot better, and then the next week they got a lot better, and then it sort of petered off a little bit around 80%, but still that's pretty good, right? Like it is a challenge because you have never been taught how to work on a problem that you don't know how to work on. But just putting students in this situation where they can work on a problem where they don't know what they're doing, they're going to struggle. But they're going to get there, and so it was super inspiring. And a lot of these students, and this is another really key takeaway for us, this wasn't just something on their resume once. It was something that contributed to their education, that makes them much more ready to start a job, right? They're going to be way faster hitting the ground running than their peers starting a job. And a lot of them kept contributing because now they know how to do it, right? Now they actually have those skills. They feel confident. They're much more willing to continue and do that. So we've published a couple papers about this now. If you search for my name, I'm sure you can find them. Most of them are open access, I think. But we published a couple papers on the results from this. The big one is a thing called Open Source Internships with Industry Mentors. We published that in 2022. That's kind of a quick overview of what we were doing. We've experimented with shortening the length recently. So we've actually been doing these like micro internships. They're 4 weeks. and they solve like a 2 to 3 line problem, but they're literally like writing a test case or fixing a really tiny bug, but it's getting them that experience even earlier. So this is like sophomore, junior year, you're getting this experience of learning to work independently. So then the rest of your college career, you're actually like able to continue contributing to open source software and do cool stuff. So that's the other 2 papers talk a little bit more about that. But if you're interested in reading more, like I don't even have a college degree, which is kind of funny. Like I dropped out, so I'm definitely not like a PhD academic. These are very approachable and readable. We tried to make them very readable. So definitely if you're interested in learning more about our specific model, take a look. So the last thing I wanted to leave you with, and then we'll have some time for questions. How can we all, as a community of people interested in open source and contributing to open source, whether we're new, whether we're experienced developers, whether we're maintainers, how can we all work together? So first of all, if you are a maintainer, I listed out all those things that you can do to help make your project more approachable. If you want to work with us, we'll actually do all that for you, or we'll do half of that for you. We're a nonprofit, but we make enough money that we can pay people to do things. And one of the things that we do is we pay people to work with open source projects to help make it more approachable to students. So we will actually go through and find those good first issues for you, and we will like assign them to students. So you don't need to do that. Like we just have basically very experienced college students who are pretty good at picking up on whether something's a good first issue. The students also, we've kind of put this into our process now. When they're going through the process of opening up this pull request, as they have problems in the documentation, they are writing them down, and then they can open pull requests to fix your contributing and your dev environment documentation. So you're basically getting free updates to that documentation. So if you're interested and you're a maintainer, we would love to work with you. It's free. We're not charging anything. We're doing this to help the students. So if you're interested, let us know. We don't have like a minimum project size or anything like that. If it's solving a real world problem and it's using real world technologies, that's what we want. And if you're not, everyone here can be a mentor or a student. And so if you're interested in being a mentor in our program, the link is right up there. And we are constantly looking for mentors. You don't need to have any experience in the particular technologies we're going to use. You're basically like kind of a slightly more experienced pair programmer for your team, and they'll come to your meetings every week. It's 1 meeting a week for 4 to 12 weeks, depending on what you sign up for. And the students come every week prepared with basically like an agenda of like, here's what we think is happening. And then you get a chance to sort of go through what they're saying, take a look at the code yourself and say, actually, I think maybe this is happening. Or, yeah, this is great. Student B, I think your solution is probably the correct one. So it's pretty low commitment. And it's a cool way to basically be kind of a near peer mentor for some of these students. And then finally, if you're interested in just talking about any of this sort of stuff, send me an email. My email's up there. Again, we're a nonprofit. We're not like out to make a ton of money or something. We just want to help more people. Like I said, we're all about agency and creativity. We want to help people learn that they can do things, and we want to help people learn that technology is a force for creativity. And anything that we can help out with that's aligned with those, I'd love to be involved with that. So that's my talk. I will leave these up here, and then we have time for questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We have about 17 minutes for questions. If anybody has a question, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll come on by with the microphone. Do we have anyone with a question? All right, our first question.
I love the graphs there, the sentiment graphs. What do you attribute that initial 2-week drop to?
I think that the students, as they got more and more into it, I don't know for sure. We haven't done follow-up research on this yet. We know that this still continues to hold, but I don't know exactly what it is. My theory as for what this is the students are getting sort of demoralized because they're realizing that the things that they've learned in school are not working. I know that we also have a lot more communication problems in sort of weeks 1 and 2, where the students are kind of not being as communicative. We've added some things to it since then to try to force them to communicate more. I think a lot of it is probably just the lack of confidence in them starting to feel bad. I think that's why it's dropping off. And around week 3, when they realize okay, this is how we do this, that's when it starts to pick up, and then they just continue to gain skills from there.
Anyone else have a question? All right, right there in the back.
what's your typical process for finding those open source projects with good first bugs? Like, how do you actually vet those to give to students?
Yeah, so like how do we find the projects or how do we find the issues? So the projects nowadays, a lot of them are partners of ours. So we go to a lot of conferences like this and we have a lot of partners who are like, just sort of like explicitly like, yes, I want to support this. They're not necessarily doing a ton of work. Some of them are, but like a lot of them are just like, yes, we want to support this. And like just knowing that we have their support, those are projects that we pull from a lot. Occasionally, we'll just go out and find projects that have good first issues that we think are going to be of interest to students. So that's another way sometimes for some of the larger ones. Like I think we've gotten some contributions in NPM, the Node Package Module Manager, and we don't have a partnership with them. They just like, they have a bunch of good first issues and they've been supportive when we've sent students their way in the past. So, you know, we've done that. Last thing is sometimes we'll go out and like specifically try to find projects for students and like make contact with them. So like we had a couple students, we had a number of students one year who were really interested in working for Disney. That was like their goal. And so we were like, okay, well, like let's go find what is Disney's open source. And they have a cool project called Open Timeline IO. I think it's now been moved out. It's got its own foundation or it's under Apache or something. But at the time, Pixar maintained it. And we were like, okay, like I'm just going to join their Slack and reach out to them and like let's see if we can get, or I think someone else did, but you know, like we reached out to them and we just sort of saw if we could get that project on board. So kind of a mix of all of those. Usually we try to work with partnered projects because there have been a few projects, I won't name names, but there have been a few projects where we have tried to work with them and they have been very negative on the idea of students contributing to it. So we try to, as much as possible, reach out to the projects beforehand. But every once in a while, if we're like 2 issues short or something, we'll just go and take a look. If you're just a person here who wants to contribute to that, goodfirstissue.dev, I think, is a website that just sort of aggregates them. So that's a place that we can go sometimes to look for those. But yeah, my hope is to find more of a list of just like projects that are explicitly encouraging contributions from new contributors. There is one on our website, I guess, and you could go and look at that, but I think there's probably more than just that. I know I answered your question like 5 times more than you asked for, but hopefully that was helpful.
No, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Keep your hands raised. If you have a question, I'll come to you next.
Tyler, in an ideal world, what kind of partnerships would Code Day like to have that does not exist yet in your eyes?
That is a really great question. I don't know if I have the perfect answer for that because I haven't necessarily thought about it. But so, I mean, in the open source world, I think just like a lot more projects would be great. We really want to get Linux and we really want to get, I was talking to some people from the GNU project last year at Open Source Summit and they were like tentatively interesting. I think it'd just be so cool. Like a lot of students, like the idea of having agency over their world, right? Like a lot of people have spent their entire life being told you can't do things. And then to have a contribution in software that is in use by like hundreds of millions of people, that would be super cool. So that's one. The other thing outside of open source is like we're really right now trying to make a lot more partnerships with HR folks because hiring managers, developers, people who are looking at the resumes ultimately, y'all get it, like you know what this is. If you see something on there, you know what it is. But students especially, all of their resumes go to university recruiting departments. And the university recruiting departments are not familiar with what open source is largely. And so if they see that on a resume, if they've been around for like a year, maybe they kind of get it and they see that as a positive signal, but a lot of people still don't know what it is. And so we're really trying to build up more partnerships with recruiters so that they recognize open source on a resume and then they can start to see, okay, like this is a really positive sign. This person should be advanced to the stage where it gets to, you know, a hiring manager.
Hi. So do you have any challenges with securing mentors for your program?
Yeah, so the mentors is definitely probably our biggest challenge right now in terms of recruiting stuff. We do have a lot of mentors. We have, it's somewhere like 600 plus mentors who are active every year between the Code Day in-person events and the online ones. But we have so many students that want to do this. I mean, so just from partnerships that we have funded, a lot of this is funded through like state and federal grants, and some of it's funded out of school budgets. Just from the ones we have funded, we're going to have like a couple thousand students this year. We have a public application online, and like, I haven't checked it in a while. Last year, we had to turn down, I think, 1,700 people from our summer program because we didn't have mentors for them. Maybe not all of them would have been like super qualified, but like, you know, we prioritize the students that are furthest from opportunity, like the people who haven't had lots of internships and stuff like that. But other than that, as long as you can clear the bar, like you're in if we can find you a mentor. And there are definitely a lot more students that want to do this than we have mentors. So that's another reason why we love coming to conferences like this, is if people want to be a mentor, you're literally like allowing 3 more students to have their first experience in open source. And also, just as a pitch, since you brought this up, the mentors generally do seem to really like it. Like a lot of our mentors will stick around and do like 2 4-week sessions throughout a year, or they'll do like 3 summers in a row or something like that. So, yeah.
And we have about 10 more minutes for questions. So if you do have a question, think about it.
Hi, Tyler.
Hello.
From a student point of view, logistically, what time of year, how long does it take, what does it look like in terms of their commitment and the meetings and things like that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm glad that we have so many students here. I wasn't expecting that before I came to this conference, so that's awesome. So we have these year-round. Basically, every month that it makes sense to during the academic year, we have a 1-month program. So like we don't do December, we don't do September because it's the very beginning, but we'll do October, November, usually mid-January to mid-February, March, April, and sometimes May. So every month we'll have a 1-month, 4-week program. The mentors for that, by the way, are 3 weeks. So the first week is just kind of getting familiar with the technologies. So it's a 3-week mentoring commitment, 4 weeks for students. About 10 to 20 hours a week during that time. So it's very doable. We're gonna give you a very small pull request. So we do that every month during the year, and usually those we can accept 100 to 150 students. This past year, I think it'll be more next year. And then over the summer, we have, it's basically the last week of June to sort of mid to late August. That's usually 8 to 10 weeks. The applications for that open pretty early, so I think they open in February. And you can just go to our website. It's Codeday Labs, or labs.codeday.org. And if you click Apply Now, it'll show you everything that's open that you can apply for. If we can't get you in for the micro internships, the ones that are happening throughout the school year, if you applied and you meet the bar, you sort of have priority next round. We'll put you at the top of the list if we can get you in. So we're taking applications all the time. If you want to contribute to open source, there's an opportunity for you. I will say if you've had lots of internships or things in the past, you're less likely to get in because we are prioritizing students who don't have that experience. Yeah.
Tyler, so I'm wondering, you said you serve online in the LA areas, but I'm curious which parts of LA in particular, and if there are any other service areas that Codeday might be potentially open to mentoring, helping out other students.
So for Codeday Labs, it's 100% virtual. We've done it 100% virtual since COVID, and it works well. So there's not a reason to change that. So anyone, anywhere is open to it. Most of our mentors are in the U.S. So you all are in the U.S. So great. Like you're definitely eligible in that regard. The high school programs that we do are those are the ones that are in person, and those we're kind of open to anywhere we can find a venue that wants to host us. So.
Okay, gotcha.
Lan knows more about this because Lan has volunteered for us with the high school events too. So, and also, by the way, if you're a college student, and we would love volunteers for our high school events too. So.
Gotcha. And I'm wondering if you have mentored any students who have disabilities, because I'm currently working as a tutor in the Ontario City Library, and a lot of the students that I deal with do have special needs. So I'm wondering, how do you approach that? and how do you help these types of students?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've done a little bit of that. We definitely have had a lot of students who are neuroatypical or sort of however you want to describe that. But we've had some of those. We've had a couple students who were blind. That's been fine. It hasn't really been a problem. One of our mentors is actually deaf, and so they conduct their meetings largely through text. So we have some experience with that. We don't have like a ton of experience with that. I will say if you have a lot of experience with that and you want to help us with that, like we can probably find like some money somewhere to help us build that out. So yeah, I'm open to doing more of that. I have a little bit of experience in that, but not personally. So.
So this is Lan. I will address your whole Code Day in-person events. When I first started getting involved with Code Day, it was because I wanted a hackathon for my high school Girls Who Code. So I found Code Day and I'm like, this is cool. Let me find out more about it before I advertise it to my students. And then I found out that it was 2 high school students in a local neighborhood who were running it. And I said, that's fine. Let me help you out. At least I'll be there as an adult chaperone. And that's how I got involved. But what you need to know is who organizes these in-person Code Days? High school students.
Yeah, and some college students too, but yeah,
Yes.
it's very much like we want to give people again, this goes back to like the slide I had super early on, right? Agency, right? I don't know if I'm gonna find this. There we go. Agency is super early on. Agency, right? We want to give people the chance to say what they want to say. Like I am very much a fan of like the open source ethos, even for our organization. Like we've been around for 15 years, but still, like if you're just a random person who joins our Discord and is like, I want to change something about this program, like let me help with it. We'll find a way to do it. Like. We want people to lead their own destiny, right? I started this when I was in high school with some friends, and I'm 32 now, and like I love doing this still, but like I'm not the one to make decisions about what high school students or college students should be doing all the time, and we love to have, give people the opportunity to do things themselves too.
So I'll make a comment and then hand it to the next question. The reason that I am so passionate about Code Day, and I've been like so passionate about getting Tyler here, is because I love the fact that he gives agency to the students, because I get so inspired by what they come up with and what they're able to do if I smooth a few little things out of the way. So by the way, we do really want college students to help out with Code Day LA. So if you guys are interested, you can hit me up, okay?
Yep. Yeah, all of this is just, it's just two sides of the same coin. The college and the high school programs are just two sides of the same coin. It's about giving students the opportunity to shape their world. And if you're passionate about that, we'd love to have your help in one way or another.
All right, so we have about 3 minutes left. This may be the last question.
Yeah, I just wondered if you did any qualitative or quantitative analysis about partner projects, and do they see an uptick in contributions after participating with you? Like, what's the ongoing effect that may be amplified? Have you looked at that?
Yeah. So the ongoing effect of partner contributions, I think, we haven't done like a research study on it. That's a good idea. I'll put that on my list of papers that we should do. I know that there are a couple of partner projects that have had like really sustained interest. One of them is a free code camp project where like one of the students became so invested that they ended up becoming a maintainer of the project, which was awesome. We have Open Energy Dashboard is another cool project that we've worked with where they were super supportive of it, and I think it's paid off for them because they had like 150 students contributing to their project last year. So I can think of examples off the top of my head of where that's worked, but I don't have like an actual data set to pull from. We have the data. We're like I said, I used to run a tech company, so like we love collecting data, and like we have it all in like a Postgres database somewhere in some format or another. It's just about like doing the analysis. Yeah.
Fantastic. We might have time for one more quick question. All right, right over here.
Excuse me. So you talked a little bit about what kinds of projects that you work with, open source projects. Is there any kind of what languages you're looking for? Is it kind of based on what the mentor's background is? Like my project has like a higher barrier of entry for some of this stuff, so it would probably require working with one of the maintainers?
Yeah,
to actually...
great question. So in terms of languages, we're open to anything. We've had some students even do like Rust. I consider Rust to be like the ultimate challenge because I don't know Rust and I've tried a couple times. I don't know if that's a good metric, but like we've had some students do some challenging things before. We've had some students work on some challenging projects, like Open Timeline IO was like in production use by Pixar. They were very protective of it. Like it's a C++ project, but like if we can find students that are passionate about what your project does, they will overcome those barriers, I think. So if it is a really high barrier to contribute, if it's also an attractive project to students, we can usually find some folks that would be able to do something.
Fantastic. And thank you again, everyone, for your questions. And I wanted to say thank you to Tyler Menezes. If you would all give a round of applause to Tyler for this lovely presentation.
Thanks. And I just wanted to say, like, thank you all. This has been such an awesome conference. This is like the third open source conference I've been to, and like this is my favorite so far. So thank you all.
All right, and coming up next at 3:45 is bringing Fedora Linux to Apple Silicon Macs with Asahi Linux. So stick around for that.
kind of like infrastructure that so we could do continuous builds, so that could potentially later be integrated in Fedora. As the slide mentioned, we use image build tool to build these images, which is something that is now being adopted in Fedora for other types of images as well, replacing legacy tooling that was presently there.
Yep.
And we are hoping to, hopefully this year, move a lot of the bespoke infrastructure we built for Asahi into Fedora proper so that it will benefit other variants of Fedora.
Yeah, a core aspect of this stuff has been we've been trying to make all these things in a way that any user can take our stuff, understand what's happening, and make something of it.
Yes. You do need an ARM machine to build these images, though.
Yeah,
well, you don't need to, but you will have a bad time if you don't, because Kimu is funny. So let's talk about where we are. As of a while ago, actually, we have very good support for Apple Silicon hardware. We support all M1 and M2 models that exist, laptops and desktop, with the exception of the Mac Pro, mostly because the Mac Pro is a weird machine that people most likely don't care about, but it is technically possible to support it, and we'll get around it eventually.
Once someone has one.
Yes. Part of that is also, yes. We use, so on these machines, Linux boots via macOS, so to speak, in that we install a minimal version of macOS, and then we replace the kernel with Mini, which is the bootloader, and then Mini boots into U-boot, U-boot boots into UEFI, UEFI boots into Grub, Grub boots into Linux.
We could add more layers if you want, but I feel like that's enough.
This is still not as bad as the boot chain on S390X. But because we use macOS as the first step, and we need some components from macOS to work, because one of the things that macOS provides, for example, is all of the firmware. So there are components on the machines that require firmware to work properly. For example, the camera on the MacBook Pros. It needs firmware to, actually that one works without firmware, but if you have firmware, it actually,
look bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look like complete garbage. So we use a base level of the firmware on the macOS side, and the firmware on the macOS side kind of provides us the API that we work against. So whenever we update that, then we target the new version. So right now we use everything on 13.5, and I think we had that for a while now.
Yeah, we've kind of locked into that. I think we'll probably move to a new firmware version as soon as, well, so we use whatever firmware version your computer already has.
Yep.
But we require that you are at least at 13.5.
Yep. These machines have hardware acceleration graphics by default, and we will talk about that in just a moment in more detail. We support camera and touch bar on the MacBooks. The touch bar, funnily enough, shows up as its own little display. Oh, sorry, this is random garbage.
And here I'd hope
it's working again. Yeah, I need to really kill that thing, sorry. The taskbar shows up as its own display, so you could technically run whatever you wanted on it, but because it's a very tiny display, you probably just want a function row key. So we have a little daemon in Rust that gives you exactly that. It gives you F1 to F12, and then if you push Fn, it gives you like emojis for the various, like putting the volume up and down and that kind of stuff. We also have full speaker support on all models except the iMac, and I believe one of the laptops. I forgot which one.
I think it's the Air. We don't have any Airs.
One of the laptops I know we still need to do the measurements. And we have HDMI output on machines that have physical HDMI ports. I say this because there are some laptops that only have USB-C, so they, like the MacBook Pros only have like the two USB-Cs on the side. On those, you can't get video yet because we don't support Thunderbolt just yet. We support those ports as regular USB 2, USB 3 ports, but we do not support them as Thunderbolt ports yet. This will probably land sometime this year. There is work in progress that's actively going on, and there are branches that can be tested, but that are not stable yet. Likewise for HDMI audio, that's something that I believe something landed for that last week, but I don't know if it made it over to users yet.
Well, none of that stuff has made it to users yet because it's all tangled up in the rebase.
Oh, right. So that's definitely not shipped.
Yeah.
The other thing you might care about that's missing is microphone support on the laptops. The microphone on these machines is surprisingly weird. My understanding is that it runs off a processor that has a bespoke ISA and architecture that are required to be reverse engineered. I think it was like a piece of stuff that they got from like the iPhone or something. So there is work in progress for that, and there's a repo on GitHub with like 70% of the work roughly done, but it needs to be integrated and everything. Also, we don't have the secure enclave yet, so you can't get Touch ID working.
Yeah, no fingerprint reader for you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Again, it's possible. We'll get there. There is a nice matrix on the website that shows you all the features in green and red. I will not attempt to open this because then going back to the slides will be funny, but you can see that we have that at the booth and we can open it later. Let's talk for a bit about some new features.
Yeah, so this is actually the super exciting part about this that honestly, I didn't expect this to actually happen as part of doing this, is that we have, in my opinion, is actually one of the best audio subsystems that is out there for Linux. So we've got this thing called Speaker Safety D and some enhanced Pipewire DSP stuff that allows us to have not only speaker protection to keep them from melting because they don't have on hardware thresholds, limiters. They also have the ability to be tuned for whatever acoustic profile you like. I'm not going to say the word because that's actually hard.
Psychoacoustic.
Psychoacoustic. But the optimized DSP chain actually relies on the WirePlumber Pipewire stuff and allows us to do things like be able to have zero latency adaptations and pipelining for the audio in such a way that you can get full range sound out of tinny laptop speakers, quote unquote. And that's really cool because if you compare audio on literally any other computer, Linux to Windows, the Windows audio will always sound better because they have all this stuff and we've never really done it on Linux because we really didn't have a pattern for doing it. So again, my personal hope is that with this, we have an example of how to do this, and then we can start seeing, for example, the Lenovo laptops or the HP laptops that have all these fancy badged audio type things that we've historically never been able to experience. There's now a pathway to being able to enable this for all kinds of audio platforms that are out there. So it's really cool and exciting, and there's a great blog post about this on the Asahi Linux website.
Yeah, none of these is specific to Asahi, to reiterate what Neil said. So all the same technologies could be applied to other laptops or to other systems. We actually use the same thing on the Mac Studio, where the Mac Studio in the top has like a single mono speaker. So you can actually play music through that. I mean, it's a single.
Like surround sound.
It sounds reasonable, despite being a single mono speaker.
Right,
and the laptops sound fantastic, despite having like two tiny tweeters. And because we use this technology, we can get proper bass out of them, and we can avoid setting them on fire.
The not setting them on fire is honestly the best part.
Yes. The other feature we recently shipped is a conformant OpenGL for 6 implementation. And this is actually the first conformant OpenGL implementation for this platform. Because on the macOS side, Apple primarily ships this with Metal. They ship some OpenGL implementation, but it's not conformant.
It's a sort of OpenGL 4.1, I think, is what level it's at. It's been that way since, gosh, I don't know, like at least 10 years.
But they're all in on Metal. But on the Linux side, we have OpenGL 4.6. And OpenGL 4.6 is mostly what you need for the majority of the things you would care about. Okay, this bottle is going to fall.
That's why
you get Blender, for example, and that's a screenshot from Blender rendering a scene. And we have Blender running on the demo systems there if you want to play with it. You also get most games working. And this is technically better than what macOS does, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of details on this on Lisa's blog. Lisa did the majority of the work on the Mesa side for this. And there's lots of details if you're interested in on the intricacies of this implementation and what it took. The hardware doesn't map one-to-one with the feature set of OpenGL, so some features have to be implemented as shaders kind of in software, but because the hardware is performant, it ends up working very well in practice. This is only OpenGL, this is not Vulkan yet, but Vulkan is being worked on, and we expect to have Vulkan at some point in the future.
Yeah. The neat thing about this, the most important part about it, is that because almost the entirety of the accelerated graphics pipeline in Linux assumes OpenGL. This all works everywhere. So you now have your Wayland desktops that even if they don't use a lot of OpenGL features, they may use some of these newer features to get things more efficiently and more effectively. You'll have all this stuff to such that your desktops will be flying on the frame rate. And it goes to the same level of offload first that you see on pretty much any ARM platform, where you just aren't really doing too much on the CPU. So the CPU is free for you to do whatever you want. Well, hopefully.
Yeah. For the most part. As part of this work, we contributed a lot of changes into Fedora itself. As we mentioned, we try to do as much of the work as possible into Fedora so that it can benefit everybody else and so that we can minimize the delta we have to maintain in the remix. So there were changes in Fedora 34, 35, 38. Did we do anything in 39?
No, because that became the thing that we did for 40 with Kiwi.
Right, for the image build thing we were talking about before. We mentioned Wayland a few times. This platform is supported only on Wayland. While X technically works, mostly, X does not provide you a polished experience and has weird bugs, and more importantly, nobody actually works on X anymore. So nothing is ever going to get fixed there.
I mean, if you think it's just about graphics, there's another very simple but very annoying problem with X on Apple Silicon. The keyboard layouts can't be supported.
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
It's a very big problem if you're outside of the ANSI US ANSI English keyboard sets. When you go outside of that, you're toast. It's very bad.
The other thing we worked on, which we should have probably made a slide about and we didn't, is the 16K page.
Yes.
The 16K page stuff. So these systems are funny. Generally speaking, systems that run Linux run on 4K pages, and 4K as the memory page size. Some enterprise ARM systems and some other like large systems run on 64K pages. These systems run on 16K pages.
Which is not something
which is neither one nor the other. Now, this isn't generally too much of a problem, except when you have software that does software that runs self-modifying code, when you have software that provides an interpreter, like JavaScript interpreters tends to be annoying with these in particular. It's also a problem if you have to run proprietary software, because if you run proprietary software that expects 4K pages on a system that's running a 16K pages, it will not run. So you need to have like a VM or something to deal with that. In the remix, we ship a kernel with 16K pages by default. You can actually boot these systems with 4K pages. Well, not the laptops, but yeah, you can boot a Mac Mini and it will mostly work.
Mini, but you will get basically nothing working.
You don't get the PCI Express or the backplane stack. So yeah, you don't get USB, if not PCI Express, USB. So yeah, it's not super useful, but
the detail here is that, and this might, the detail here, to put it extremely simply, the Apple Silicon hardware platform is essentially a scaled-up version of the iPhone platform. When they made the iPhone, they chose to use 16K pages because it is a good middle ground between memory allocation for battery efficiency, because it's the number of times that the CPU has to walk through and execute things, versus how much a thing can actually process at a given time. So like giving that balance between that, because 64K would have been better, but there's performance, there's power penalties, and 4K is more efficient, but it makes your applications take longer, so it's not as fun. Longer is, again, all relative stuff. The thing about this platform is that while the CPU, because ARM standard requires the CPU to be able to operate in multiple different page modes, everything else that the CPU is connected to can't. So more importantly, the IOMMU, which is the memory management unit for accessing the peripherals, like USB and whatever, is hard locked to 16K pages. The Linux kernel cannot switch page modes dynamically like macOS can, and it can't run part of it in one mode and part of it in another mode. So you have to pick one and stick with it everywhere. And that is where the impedance mismatch starts kicking your butt.
Now the good news is that for most things that are open source that you actually care about, we already fixed them. And I mean we in the loose group, not the two of us personally, but some. But for the vast majority, things have been fixed. So if you primarily care about open source software, you should have a good experience, with the one exception of things using Electron, because Electron likes to bundle ancient version of Chromium. So on those, you might have to poke whoever gave you the Electron thing to build it with a more recent Chromium. But on that front, everything is good. On the proprietary software front, what most people care about are games, and there is actually work in progress to come up with a solution leveraging libkrun so that you can have lightweight VMs running a 4K kernel, running your game, and then passing through the video on the other side, so you can have a near-native experience playing like Steam games, for example. There are demos of these that you can see floating around the internet on YouTube and Mastodon and stuff. This is not released yet. It's not in a usable state yet, I would say, but it will come. Hopefully this year.
Yep, crossing my fingers.
All right. You can use this today. You can go on fedora.remix.org or asilinux.org and run a very not sketchy curl pipe bash command. If you do not trust what it does, you can read what it does.
Please read what it does.
The short version of what happens when you do that is that it will download the installer, which is a Python program. The installer starts. It will ask you if you want to resize your disk. It will resize your disk. If you have too many time machine snapshots, it will tell you to go delete those first, because APFS is weird.
Yep.
Then once you have enough space, it will ask you what you want to install, and you pick the variant of Fedora you want. Or if you're on asilinux.org, you also have a few more options like OpenBSD.
Yeah,
and
you
then
have also the bare metal UEFI, the bare UEFI.
Yeah, the bare UEFI system that then you can use for things like OpenBSD.
Yep.
And then it lays the image on disk, and then it prints a page and a half of text that you should read. It tells you
follow the steps.
It tells you to turn off the machine. You turn off the machine, keeping the. Why do we have
Why is
not?
the projector turning
This
on?
is not my fault. Okay, it's back.
Okay.
Good. All right. You turn on the machine, keeping the Touch ID button pushed, which puts it in recovery mode. You follow the prompts to change the security level of the fake macOS installation that you're using for Linux. And then you reboot in Linux, and you're good to go.
And then it works.
And to be clear, this does not replace macOS. So the machine will boot in Linux by default, but you can boot into macOS if you either go back to recovery, or if you use Asahi bless from the command line to change the NVRAM, or if you use a GUI startup disk to change the NVRAM.
Which he
you
wrote.
Can switch. Yes, which I wrote to learn Rust. Lucky me.
You don't sound enthused.
I believe that's all we had there. And next up.
Right. So we talked about the stuff that we've kind of done here, and we've alluded to the upstreaming efforts. This is really to kind of reinforce that this is what we have now is not the end state. The end state is that this stuff is into all the upstream components, like the Linux kernel, Mesa, U-boot, and so on, so that this becomes not necessarily a zero effort integration process, but it's sure as heck not like multiple years to actually uplift a distribution to run on it, or another operating system, right? Because a lot of these components that we're talking about here, I mean, except the Linux kernel, of course, are actually multi-OS. So like you use U-boot for booting BSDs or whatever, and Mesa can be beaten to work on Windows, although I don't think that'll really help for Windows on ARM on Apple Silicon. But point being, like these things are useful in a very broad sense by being able to help enable other platforms also, even though Fedora Asahi Remix is the flagship and the reference platform.
And as we mentioned, we try to keep the delta as close as possible. So hopefully more and more of these components will feed into Fedora, and we will be able to keep the remix as small as possible. Right now, the main things we have forked into the remix are the kernel, as we mentioned, U-boot, and Mesa.
Yep. We pretty much got rid of everything else.
We got rid of everything else. I think we might end up getting a VirGL renderer for the care and stuff, but besides that, we should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
And I think Mesa will mostly go away when the DRM stuff is merged.
Yeah, which...
the kernel will take a while, and we probably, I suspect we'll have the kernel for a long while, as long as Apple keeps releasing stuff.
And as long as we have the kernel, we are probably going to have Mesa.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. And U-boot is a matter of mostly getting the patch set upstream through.
Yeah. U-boot's actually the easiest of the three.
Yeah, none of these are particularly burdensome. Well, the kernel isn't super fun to rebase, but you know.
Yeah,
so here's a slide of links where you can find all of the things about the project. Fedora.remix.org and asilinux.org is where you can actually install this. We have documentation now on the Fedora doc site. Right now it's pretty bare bones. If you like writing documentation, we could certainly use some help there.
Yeah.
We have an issue tracker for the project. We have a mailing list that we don't really use much. We have a category on discourse. We have a matrix where we mostly hang out.
Yep.
Most of us are in the US on the Fedora side.
Yeah.
Most of the folks on the development side are in other time zones.
Yeah, most of them are in Japan.
Yep. Yeah, so there's a good spread. If you ask questions at any time zone, you are likely to get some kind of engagement.
Yeah. I just thought of it, and it's like, oh my gosh, everyone that's in the Asahi Linux upstream is actually in Japan.
Both Mark and Anil are on GitHub sponsors. If you like this project, please give them money.
Yeah,
They need money to eat.
Yeah, eating in shelter is good.
And if you would like more information or if you have any questions, you can go on asahilinux.org support or
So I saw that you guys were doing some good work on the DSP and sound systems on Asahi Linux. Is there, or Fedora Asahi Remix? Is there any plans to? You sounded like you're going to upstream most of this stuff. What does the timeline look like on upstreaming certain components of that?
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, so repeating what I said earlier, all of this stuff is actually already integrated into Fedora upstream. So we actually, like David and I mentioned earlier, we actually only have very few packages that we actually maintain as part of our own SIGs repos. All the rest of the stuff is in Fedora mainline and can be used for anything and adapted for whatever. But the key piece to answer your question, there are two main requirements for the audio stuff. First, the distribution must accept Pipewire and Wire Plumber into their hearts. If they haven't done that yet, all the rest of the stuff is dead in the water. The second part is if you want to enable this for other hardware platforms, like say ThinkPads or HP Envy or whatever, you have to use some very simple tooling which has some documentation about how to use to actually sample and measure the speakers of those systems so you can apply a tuning profile to actually get what you want out of it. No one's done any of that work, and so we do not really have any enhancements to offer for them. But once those are done, they can be contributed back into Pipewire to actually enable them. And then we have a mechanism for being able to auto-select them based on what hardware is detected. And once that's in place, then it would actually work, and then there you go.
I will also plug that if you happen to use headphones that like headphones, easy effects on Linux lets you apply DSP profiles on headphones, and you can go online and find a lot of pre-tuned profiles for specific brands of headphones. So
it's the same principle. For what it's worth, that's the exact same principle that we're talking about here. Okay.
What's the support like for KVM running on it and doing virtual machines? and a side question: are you able? I mean, I know there's some projects that allow you to run macOS on KVM. Have you tried that, or has anybody tried that on? Yes. Ah, okay. Right.
How's the battery life of Fedora Asahi compared to macOS? I have a second question. Does Wayjoy work on the Fedora Asahi Linux? Wayjoy is an Android container which can run Android applications on Linux. And besides Fedora, is the Arch Linux version of the Asahi still actively developed?
I'll be right back.
So when it comes to Asahi Alarm, Alarm itself is maintained, I think, by like one guy part-time or whatever for a whole distribution, which, let me tell you, maintaining a distribution is hard. Maintaining a distribution on a platform that's actually usually crappy or usually expensive is even harder. So the upstream Arch project has not currently accepted the idea yet of supporting non-x86 platforms upstream. It is being discussed. They recently had an RFC to discuss adding it. They're also trying to figure out how to fix the package build format so they don't have to keep manually adding every architecture to every package build file, because that's they don't have the equivalent of automatic architecture selection. So that makes it difficult for them to actually enable an architecture, and they're working through that. But for the time being, from the Asahi perspective, the Arch platform is deprecated. If at some point it's going to be the Asahi Alarm will be unwound from the project, and at that point it can be taken over by a community member who wants to do something interesting with it, or it'll just fade away into obscurity.
If somebody wanted to pick it up, by all means, there's no objection to that, but it is work, and it's work that someone needs to do.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Here you go.
Two-parter, but simple two parts. I noticed that M3 is not supported. Do you know when it might be supported? And then the second part is, does the difference in supporting M3 bode poorly or well for supporting future M4, M5, M6? Like, how do you guys feel about like the complication there?
The platform enablement work to carry on. There will always be some work involved on the CPU side. Sometimes Apple does weird things on part of the subsystem. For the M3 specifically, they change stuff on the GPU that makes that part more work. And
And they changed the IOMMU a bit too.
Yeah, and they changed the IOMMU, and we decided we would rather provide full support for M1 and M2 first, because those are the platforms that the vast majority of people will have in their hand, because
they've been around longer.
And these things are kind of expensive, so
yeah.
I don't really expect everybody to instantly upgrade, but it will come eventually.
Yeah, and I want to make a point here about something. We are a primarily community-driven project, and the community sponsorship and the funds that we receive from people who like and use this stuff, a lot of it, almost all of it, I think, really goes into getting the hardware to be able to do this stuff. And this stuff, we have to get all the different permutations, because what isn't really obvious to people is that when you choose those different CPU configurations with the on the Apple website when you buy them, those are all sometimes completely different board configurations. So it's the same crap that you dealt with SBCs, ARM single board computers, where there are these subtle feature differences actually result in completely different designs with different components being chosen. Now, it's not that drastic with Apple Silicon, because Apple likes scale and in terms of volume and purchasing power, but it is still different components, and it's still different work, and it still means like we have to pick up these computers and actually have them for a significant amount of time. The reason the Mac Pro's not here, none of us can justify forking over that much money for a Mac Pro.
There's also the added fun that we talked about the audio earlier, and as we mentioned, for the audio to work, we have to calibrate the machines. Whenever they change the mold of like the chassis of the machine, they usually change the tweeters. That means that that's yet another SKU you have to completely redo, otherwise you won't get good audio or safe audio to begin with. Because again, we really don't want to set the tweeters on fire.
Yeah, I would like to not have people have their Macs melting or burning.
Yes, that would be not ideal.
Not ideal indeed.
This might be a dumb question, but what about the neural engine or the MPUs? Is there any insight into that, I guess? For the neural engine or the MPUs, do you guys have insight into that? Thank you.
A silly question. How many sets of speakers have you burned? So you set all of those on fire?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, hopefully you didn't cover this while I was looking at my phone, but you mentioned something about limited support for MacBook Air. So I was wondering, like, what are the plans for MacBook Air, or is it going to be fully supported, or what? Okay. You say the 15-inch right now, so that's which is happens to be the one I was looking at. Okay. Okay, and generally speaking, you do plan to keep supporting the Air just like any of the other models. Okay, thank you.
No more questions? All right, thanks everyone for attending, bringing Fedora Linux to Apple Silicon. The slides will be up shortly, and thank you, Neil and Davide. it gets flipped over. So that's supposed to be on the other side. Right?
I think it's just designed for smaller heads. Okay, testing 1, 2. Sounds about right. That can stay on the cart. Yep. Yeah, mainly commercial, how to operate the machine more than. Hey, you know, those industrial embroidery machines, they'll cut off your finger and stitch it back together before you can say ow. 1,000 stitches a minute on some of them. Yeah, 15 needles moving at 1,000 stitches a minute. It's fun. Surprised we don't have more tech team people here. They're all tied up.
I didn't know they were all into that sort of thing.
Has David been macrameing people to cheers with Ethernet cables again? We have fun in the knock.
Those were not the kinds of links we were trying to establish.
I'm just glad we got the expo hall fixed. We'll talk about it. Basically, somebody plugged something into the wrong port in a way that resulted in a significant chunk of the expo hall being V6 only. Unintentionally V6 only. It worked on V6 fine. There are parts of this network that are intentionally V6 only, but the expo hall vendor VLANs are not one of them. No, they're not supposed to be V6 only yet. The next step will be registration when we can find a payment processor that speaks V6. I was overruled. They decided money was more important than V6 only. Have no idea why. A lot of this talk is going to be demoing stuff in this shell window. So if you can't read that, you're sitting too far back. Move closer. People with bad eyesight, come close. People with really good eyesight, you're free to sit as far back as you want. Tom, front row. Tom's just here to heckle me. He already knows all this stuff. I think the proctor's going to probably want that seat.
I can move over one.
Yeah. Off by one error. It's okay. Right, but can you read it?
What?
Can you read it? Okay.
But if I was one row back, I couldn't.
Then you're in the correct row.
I like that. Is there somebody in this seat, or is that you?
I have no idea.
That was here when I got here, and I'm pretty sure it's not his.
It may well belong to the proctor. So she'll be back in a minute and we can consolidate her into 2 seats. Welcome. Now I'm starting to see tech team members come in.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Lay.
Okay. Got a temporary one-time solution for storage for tomorrow evening.
Okay.
I'll give you details unless you want it now.
Trying to find a place I can put this mic that I'm not breathing into it.
Usually down is better. Usually down is better. Usually, primarily, we keep.
How's that?
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
But can you, can you hear me now?
No, not as well.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is it's about 45 is usually what I do. It's about 45 usually works out. 45 first. There you go.
Okay, let's try that.
Now you don't get the. Now you don't get. Now you don't get.
Now I'm not breathing into the mic and yeah. Okay. As long as people can hear me and I'm not breathing into the mic, it's good. Make sure you can read this. If you can't, sit closer. A lot of this talk is going to occur in that terminal window, so if you can't read it, you're going to be lost. I apologize for the small font, but I need the width for some of the config files.
If it was the size of that cursor down there, it'd be great.
Ironically, that
Yeah, it's all set.
Testing, 1, 2. Okay, I should be a lot louder now. Yeah, your stuff's right here.
I'm sorry, I guess
Okay. So I can give these back to Lance. For those just arriving, if you can't read this, move closer. Otherwise, you're not going to understand most of this talk. And she can have that. Okay, everybody ready? Here we go. After telling you that everything mattered in the terminal, up comes the keynote. So, if you're here for switches and routers and stickers, oh my, you're in the right place. If you're looking for something else, you're in the wrong room. Come on. So, a little bit about me. I've been officially leading the tech team for 4 years now. Unofficially, I've been leading the tech team since about SCaLE 15X. So this is my 7th SCaLE leading the tech team. I first got involved as SCaLE as a speaker in SCaLE 8X, and have been at every SCaLE since. My usual day job is network architect, although I'm currently between gigs. So if you need a senior network architect, see me after the presentation or interrupt me. A little bit about the networking team that makes this work. Why is that not? There we go. Okay, I guess this screen is showing me what's up next. About the team, we usually have about 20 volunteers or more involved in putting the network together each year. This is a picture of the team at SCaLE 19X. The two guys in the middle and the front are not on the tech team. The one on the right is Elon. He kind of runs the show, and so he jumped into the picture because he felt like it. The one on the right was our keynote speaker that year, my good friend Vint Cerf. Some of you may know that name, also known as the father of the internet. Most of the people in the picture have been active for 3 or more years, and most of them are still active in the team. It really is a great team, and they do a fantastic and difficult job. So if you see them walking around in the blue shirts, we're blue this year, not orange. Please thank them and let them know you appreciate the network. What we're going to cover in this talk, we're going to cover the overall structure of the network. We're going to cover the automation tools we use to keep ourselves sane in running the network and get some consistency. If you want more information about how we manage the Wi-Fi, Rob Hernandez did a great talk, I think it was last year, that covered that. What do stickers have to do with this? Well, when you have a lot of volunteers building your network, you have a need for them to understand which port things should get plugged into. So we print stickers that show what each port is supposed to be that we can put on top of each switch. And yes, those stickers are one-to-one physical alignment with the ports. And they're color-coded by port type, and then for the single VLAN ports, they've got the VLAN name actually in text on the port as well. So we'll cover some Q&A afterwards. At the end, if people want and there's time, we can do a brief walking tour of some parts of the network for up to 15 people. We'll see how that goes. That may or may not happen. A brief history of the SCaLE network. Whoops. From the beginning through the second year at Pasadena Convention Center, the SCaLE network consisted of an assortment of HP ProCurve switches, Netgear wireless access points, and was arranged as a single flat network structure segmented into some VLANs, but every VLAN was present on every switch with no failure isolation whatsoever. There was no layer 3 other than our NAT to the internet. The third year at PCC, we migrated to Juniper EX4200 48P switches. We added 3 Juniper SRX 300 routers, and we put layer 3 separation between the buildings with a 3-tiered hierarchy. We've got an internet border router. We've got 2 routers, 1 for each building. Hello. That's not me. Okay. And then we've got all the switches below that. This year we're still using many of the Netgear WAPs, but we're also starting to roll out newer Wi-Fi 6 capable wireless access points. We're still using OpenWRT to run all the wired access points. Apologize for the eye chart here, but it's not much smaller than the terminal window is going to be. The 3 Juniper routers are 1 core border router, an edge router for each of the 2 buildings. Then we have 25 Juniper EX4200, that should be 52 Juniper 48P and 48PX switches. 1 per meeting or presentation room. So if you look down here, there's one right here. I've got an exemplar on the desk for later as well. We have a grid of switches deployed in the exhibit hall, 1 per cluster of booths. There's 1 for the registration area. There's 1 in each of the IDFs throughout the buildings. There's 3 IDFs on this floor. There's 1 IDF downstairs, or MDF actually, where the internet connection comes in. There's an IDF in the other building, actually at the level between the 2 levels that people know about, at the end of the stairwell. And then there's a final IDF upstairs above the expo floor in the catwalk. IDF is an intermediate distribution frame. MDF is a main distribution frame. And they're basically wiring closets. We've got 2 physical servers and a bunch of VMs on them for DHCP, DNS, etc. There's 1 deployed in the MDF in this building, 1 deployed in the IDF in the conference building. We have about 120, give or take, wired access points. They're distributed all over the place. We have multi-mode fiber between the MDF and 3 of the MDFs. 3 of the IDFs. There's fiber to the conference IDF. There's fiber to the IDF in Ballroom C, and there's fiber to the IDF in Ballroom F. The catwalk IDF and the IDF behind the registration desk are connected by copper to the MDF. And finally, we run about 3 miles of Ethernet cable by the time we wire all the rooms, all the cameras, all the wired access points, everything else. This is a rough diagram of the network. It's very oversimplified, but it shows you the principal routers. Orange is where the fiber connections are, and green is copper gigi. So, some meaningless statistics about the automation. As of December 2023, we had 695, I wish it would make up its mind, 695 lines of configuration input data in the tab delimited files, 39,213 lines of switch configuration output. So as you can see, we have a great deal of economy by using abstract configuration files that are easy to read to produce the Juniper config files that are much longer. It takes about 10,000 lines of Perl code to do that. There's about 3,000 lines of Perl and Bash code and 51 lines of readme.md also in the repository. 10,000 lines of PostScript to produce the stickers, 3,000 lines of Perl to actually make it all work. The code and input files are publicly visible in a GitHub repo. That's SoCal Linux Expo /SCaLE-network. Why automation? Well, 2 primary reasons. Come on. First, 695 lines versus 39,000. It's a lot easier to work on the 695 lines, and Oh, by the way, as a bonus, we get those 10,000 lines of PostScript also. So we're really producing almost 50,000 lines of configuration out of less than 700 lines of input. Second, we have a lot more team members that understand how to edit tab delimited files than understand Junos, let alone PostScript. How many people have hand-coded PostScript? Okay, more than I would have expected, but you can see it's not most of the room. Ideas and trade-offs. The code is written in Perl. When it started, Perl was still somewhat popular, and I find Python annoying. Spaces aren't code. The original code actually started during SCaLE 15x under fire. What I mean by that is things were going wrong on the network, and we figured out that we needed to have faster ways to do massive configuration changes, and so we started writing scripts to do that during the show while things were going wrong. It was fun. It's continued to evolve and improve since then, but that has resulted in, what's the polite term, organic code. Some improvements this year. We did better trunk color coding on the stickers. We managed to build a unified configuration loading utility for the switches that'll handle both serial and Ethernet-based config loading, and it'll handle Ethernet-based config loading both over the management interface of the switch, back to your laptop, as well as via the serial port or over the network SSH to the whole show. So unfortunately, since I'm on a Mac, I can't demo the file. I don't have all the Perl dependencies, but if I were on the proper system, I could actually run one command and distribute the new configs to every switch in the show with one command. We've added better PoE handling this year, so we have the ability to PoE power things. Almost all of the cameras are now PoE powered, and most of the Raspberry Pis that you see around, in fact I think all of them this year, for all of the signage and all of the registration desk is all powered by PoE, and we've got a few other things as well. And we've improved our documentation so that I actually know what I'm doing sometimes. Mass loading switches, because how much fun is it to load configs onto 52 switches all at once? Well, we've actually got it down to pretty much a science. This is, I think, last year in the NOC when we were flashing the switches before the show. So we were plugging a dozen switches or so in, and then going one at a time with a serial and an Ethernet cable, and loading the config, and then moving to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. Oh, this is 19x, so 2 years ago. So let's walk through some of the configs and the resulting output. So this is, I'm already CD'd into the repo, and in fact switch configuration is one level down in the repo. So this is what our switch types file. And what this file does is it defines every switch in our network. Each switch is identified by a unique number. We give it a name. We give it a management VLAN. 503 is the management VLAN for the conference center. 103 is the management VLAN for this building. We give it an IPv6 address. You may be wondering, where's the IPv4 address? That's because there isn't one. None of the switches have management addresses on v4. Why would we need it? Everything in the show is either dual stack or v6 only. Ideally, eventually, more and more stuff will not have v4. We're hoping not to have to put v4 on anything that doesn't have it currently. So far, we've gotten away with that pretty well. The one exception was the first year we tried v6 only on signs and registration. Registration, we had to back that off because the payment processor couldn't speak V6, and the show management decided that money was more important than my V6 religion. And I really can't fault them too much for that decision. But I did give PayPal a really bad time about it. The next column after the V6 address is a type. We'll cover types in a minute, but basically you can see CF room is a switch in one of the conference rooms where talks are held in the conference center. EXIDF is an IDF switch in this building. EX room is a room switch like this one below me in this building. Mass flash is a special case. That is a switch that is set up so that we can plug 47 APs into it and one device that is set up to feed them the OpenWRT image, and we can flash 47 APs all at the same time, which makes relatively quick work of flashing 150 APs. So 4 cycles and we're done. The party switch doesn't really exist anymore. Catwalk is the IDF switch up on the catwalk. It has a unique configuration to support v4 for the vendor VLANs. And then booth is the type of switch that you'll find out in the vendor booths down on the exhibit hall. So any questions on that before I move on? Oh, the CTF switches, they decided they didn't want those this year, that they wanted to do it all on Wi-Fi. So, yeah, probably. This hierarchy is an interesting thing. That actually allows us to know kind of which switches are dependent on other switches. And we have a tool called Switch Pinger that is just another simple little Perl script, but it constantly loops and displays which switches are up versus down. And it's smart enough to skip the switches that depend on a switch that's reported down. So rather than wasting a bunch of time pinging each and every switch that's behind a down switch, it says, okay, this one's down. That takes a couple of seconds to figure out. And then it says, skip, 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 past all the others. So that's what this hierarchy column allows us to do. We have a noise level column. This allows us to, we hand evaluated which switches were loud and quiet and kind of in between. We use this as a reference so that we can kind of prioritize the rooms that are most noise sensitive, getting the quietest switches. And then the type of switch is in the next column. That's just documentation. And of course the management MAC address. We use that because when we log into the switch over SSH, via the management port, we want to be able to identify which switch we're on so that we know which config to blast onto it. And our config loader is actually smart enough to do that. Yes, sir. It is. We're using a Hurricane Electric tunnel because the convention center isn't that smart yet. Yes, the convention center can't spell quad A, so we use a Hurricane Electric tunnel to make the show dual stack. We have a 48 that Hurricane Electric generally provides over the tunnel. If you want a 48 for your house, you can get a Hurricane Electric tunnel and do that. So it works very, very well. And yes, that's why it looks familiar. It is indeed one of the addresses I got for Hurricane Electric when I worked there. So remember that type column? If you look in this directory, you'll notice that there's a file for each and every type. So this is what a typical, well, a non-typical actually, IDF switch looks like. This is the IDF switch on the catwalk. You'll notice almost all of the ports on an IDF switch are going to be trunk ports. And the next column is just the interface name. and then the list of VLANs on that trunk. Spaces are not significant. The config parser, one of the first things it does after it reads a line of config is blow away all the spaces. The backslash at the end indicates that the next line continues this line, and spaces and tabs are stripped from the following line. Well, tabs are stripped from the beginning of the following line. Not all tabs are stripped because these are tab delimited files. So if you spaces don't count as a delimiter, but tabs do. So we strip leading spaces or leading tabs out of continuation lines for that reason. You'll notice this has a vendor backbone VLAN. That is the special magic VLAN 499 that has an IPv4 config on it. It speaks OSPF to all of the switches on the exhibit hall floor and forwards the DHCP requests off to the DHCP server via IPv4. This and the expo hall switches are the only switches that have IPv4 configurations on them. The uplink on this switch goes directly to the expo router. All of the IDF switches connect directly to the router in their building. Yes. Well, better yet, we've got two DHCP servers running Kia with HA pair. So the one in this building is primary active for this building. The one in that building is primary active for that building, and they back each other up and maintain the state tables across. This is all hand edited. Yes, this is the input file. This is part of the 695 lines of input, yes. So this is a typical room switch, much simpler than an IDF switch. It'll have a couple of trump ports for the uplink and downlink. Downlink is unused in most of the room switches, but it's the most common type of port on an IDF switch because downlink can be used to feed a dependent switch. There's a couple of places, at least in years past, where we had one room that didn't have any ports that we could use to get back to the IDF, so we literally ended up stringing a cable to the room next door and plugging into that room switch for uplink. The other ports, you'll notice, instead of a dash, they've got the letters POE, and they're marked AP instead of uplink or downlink. And you'll notice they have fewer VLANs on them. They have EX-infra so that we can actually get to the management address on the AP. And then they have SCaLE slow and SCaLE fast, which are the two Wi-Fi networks that the wired access points support. The POE indicator, instead of a dash, tells it that we want to feed POE to that device. And then the AP marks it as an AP type port, and that's how the color code on the stickers is managed. And then these VLAN ports are untagged ports on that particular VLAN, and the number to the right is the number of ports to reserve in that category. And you'll notice that as a comment at the end, I keep track of the port numbers that result. Again, that's all hand-coded. RSRVD is just ports that have no config on them, and they just sit there not having any VLAN or anything, and they get marked on the stickers accordingly as well. So rather than go through every one of those files, actually I want to be there. Yes, sir. So the question is, has there been thought to using something like NetBlocks or some other IPAM? And the reality is DNS and IP address management have not been our big challenge. Configuration management has been the much bigger challenge. Right, I know I can model all the, but then I still have to extract it and turn it into a switch config. So it doesn't really bias anything, and it has been deemed not worth the effort. So this is what it takes to turn all of that into a set of configuration files for the switches and generate the PostScript and PDF versions of the stickers. I type MAKE and I hit enter, and it does that. Whoa, that's, oh yeah, it just went by really fast, but it did all of this. So I'm not going to scroll it all back up, but suffice it to say it goes for a while. But that just generated 52 switch configs and 2 PostScript files and 2 resulting PDFs from the PostScript files. And the 2 PostScript files are the result of another Perl script that combines 52 PostScript files into those. No, make is the make command you're used to. So this is the make file. Well, if you want to type the v6 address, you can. I usually use the DNS name. I'm using expect.pm for putting things onto the switch.
Right. But you have other options, or is that your only option?
No, I can hand SCP it if I want.
No. I'm trying to make a point, which is there are other automations, languages that you can use. Is it just because the switches itself can?
Well, I wanted something that would use generic SSH and that I could control. Yeah, there is. She's got it. So the question was, why am I using expect instead of one of the various other automation languages? And the answer is because I chose expect, basically. And the projector is... There's a what? No, it's SSH. It's just SSH. But expect works with SSH and serial also. So that was convenient because I can just hand it a file handle. Most of the other automation, won't work over a serial port. So I end up with this output directory that has a comp file for each of the switches. So for example, this is the config file for this room. Remember that the specification file for EX room fit on one screen and left a lot of room below it. This is line 1 of 553 lines of configuration in this file. So we get to the bottom of the screen, we're at line 45. And we haven't even gotten out of the SSH public keys that we load yet. So, and then we set up SSH, we set up syslog, we set up the chassis configuration to get rid of unnecessary alarms and to manage the fiber port in case it has one to be the correct type. We set up our SNMP. And then we have our interfaces configured, and you can see this That one VLAN line in the config file expands to that whole description and unit 0 family Ethernet switching port mode trunk, VLAN members, and then the list of VLANs, and then all those close braces. That all came from one line of input. So it's fairly efficient. And then these inactive ports, or the RSRV ports, the reserved ports. So that's pretty much it. I mean, it goes on for a while, but you get the general idea. Oh, I should go past interfaces because there is more. PoE configuration, the default route configuration. Notice the only default route on the machine, v6. There's no L3 v4 on this device. Anything v4 that passes through this device is doing it strictly L2. Rapid spanning tree, LLDP. We make a lot of use of LLDP here. All of the APs report LLDP, all the switches report LLDP, all the routers report LLDP, all the PIs report LLDP. So it gives us a lot of visibility into the network for troubleshooting. All of our VLANs are present on every switch. The config automates that nicely. I should actually show you the input that drives that. So there's this VLANs file, and you'll notice that it's very short, and it has just a bunch of include files. That way we're able to maintain the VLAN list for each building separately. Also, the year we went back to the Hilton, we ended up having to accommodate that. So rather than destroy all of our existing config because we knew we were coming back here the following year, we simply created a special set of config files for the Hilton. We discovered a few special cases that required some recoding, but we managed to do all of that in such a way that the following year when we came back here, it wasn't too terribly inconvenient or disastrous. So this is the VLAN definition file for this building. Each VLAN gets a name, a VLAN ID, an IPv6 prefix, an IPv4 prefix, and that's pretty much it. 200 through 499 are dynamically generated by the configuration generator. I should show you how that's done because that's special. This VVRNG specifies the vendor VLAN range, the vendor VLAN name prefix. So all of the vendor VLANs are named vendor underscore VLAN underscore and then a number, which is the same as the vendor VLAN ID. We give it the entire /48 spec, but it knows to use the ones that correspond to 200 through 498. It's smart about that. We give it a /15 of IPv4 addresses to pull from, and then we designate a vendor backbone VLAN, which is the VLAN that all of the vendor VLANs route into, that is then carried over layer 2 to the router from the catwalk switch. So this is a booth definition file. So this defines each of the switch. This one booth file defines all of the switches in the expo hall. They're all identical. So the two trunks, obviously, uplink and downlink. 6 ports of nothing just to push that out away from things so that people don't get confused and plug things into the wrong port. If they're off by 1, it doesn't work instead of working weirdly, because working weirdly is harder to troubleshoot. There's the AP ports for the APs that are distributed around the room. Another port gap for safety, and then this VVLAN 16. So what that says is take the next 16 ports, put each of them on an individual vendor VLAN, and set up all the OSPF and everything for that to work. So as an example, .conf. So as an example, this is a booth switch output config. As you can see, lots of stuff. Standard, the usual trunks, the port gap. AP ports, more trunks. The other port gap. And then we get into the vendor ports. So each one is an individual untagged port, port mode access, members, vendor VLAN, VLAN number. Okay. So that's the whole port config, but then we go down further. We get into this VLAN interface, and you'll notice there's a unit number for each vendor VLAN. So 232, it's got an INET4 address, it's got an INET6 address, it's got they all use the same firewall filter, and that firewall filter basically says this port can talk to our DHCP server for DHCP, our DNS server for DNS. It can do neighbor advertisements, neighbor solicitations, ARP, that sort of stuff. It can ping stuff, and it can get to the internet. It can't get to other vendor VLANs. It can't get to the SCaLE network. So we did that because we had, believe it or not, vendors one year that were doing interesting things to other vendors and to the network. So we decided to put them in silos instead. And our life got much easier thereafter. Especially since we can automatically generate all these silos now. Right? Remember, all of this config for all of these VLANs came from that one VVLAN, 16 command line in the input file. And then DHCP relay v6 and v4 for the vendor VLANs. The server group allows us to define different DHCP servers for different things if we want to. You'll notice that things in the expo hall use 103::5. Things in the other building use 503::5. And things on the AV VLAN, AV runs their own DHCP server for reasons passing understanding, but it's what they wanted, so we made it work. They don't speak v6 yet, but we give them v6 anyway, and hope that someday they'll get smarter. But we also, and Hilton is just left over. It's harmless to have it there, so we didn't bother to take it out. This is the v4 version of the same thing, and AV has its own DHCP server on v4 also. But you'll notice that the vendors are all in group vendors. And then, of course, we've got the static default route for v4 and v6. We've got the PoE specs. We've got our protocols. So in this case, the switches are actually doing router advertisements for the vendor VLANs themselves. You'll notice that we don't set the M bit. We do have a DHCP server. People can get an address from it if they want for DHCP v6, but primarily we prefer Slack. It's just cleaner and easier and faster. But we do provide other stateful configuration, so we set the O bit and not the M bit in our router advertisements. We do provide RDNSS in the router advertisement, as well as providing DNS servers as DHCP options. and then we provide an on-link autonomous prefix. And again, all of that, part of what gets generated from that VVLAN statement. It's a great economy. All of these OSPF statements, part of what gets generated from that VVLAN statement. All of these OSPF 3 statements, which is OSPF for IPv6, generated by that same statement. The firewall filter is statically built into the code, though some of the, no, that's actually all static too. So, yeah. But it gets duplicated on every switch automatically. And then, of course, the standard VLAN list, storm control, pretty straightforward. L3 interface specifications for all the vendor VLANs. And then that's it. Oh, and then the vendor backbone. So, a lot of economy, especially on those switches. I think that's pretty much it. Let's log into that switch. So currently this one's only got 2 LLDP neighbors. One is the trunk port for its uplink, and you can see that that goes to Expo-Catwalk, which is the name of the switch in the catwalk. And then the other one is Expo to A-3, which we know is, from naming convention, that is a wired access point. That switch isn't very interesting. Let's do, I think that's the name. Nope. Reg desk. 42? Okay, so I've got 18-ish. Including questions, yeah, I know. I'm almost done. So this is the reg desk switch. It should be a little more interesting. Huh, our PIs are not doing LLDP anymore. I'll have to get that fixed. So two wired APs and embarrassment on the PIs. Sorry about that. But lots of unconnected ports, lots of connected ports, stuff. Happy to answer any questions about that or drill into things people want. Let me go back and make sure I'm out of slides. Can I still introduce which? I can't introduce a loop. For one thing, there's layer 3. There are no loops at layer 2. Like physically there aren't. We are running rapid spanning tree on all the switches anyway as a safety measure, so that in case somebody does plug in stupid, it won't crash the entire network. The first year when we started developing this stuff, it turns out we had a switch sitting in the game night area, and somebody decided they were going to be helpful. They found a cable that wasn't plugged into anything at one end, and they plugged it into that switch. It turns out the other end of it was in that switch. And remember I said we were running a flat layer 2 across both buildings? Guess what happened? Boom. Because we also weren't running any spanning tree back then. Because it turns out the HP switches, by default, don't do spanning tree. Yay, HP. Although these are now HP switches as of a couple of weeks ago, I hear. So, because HP bought Juniper. Yeah. Yes. Well, HPE is part of HP. So I'm not going to walk through the code. It's kind of embarrassing. It's visible in the repo if you really want to go see it, but enter at your own risk. abandon hope, all ye who enter, et cetera, et cetera. It's also not super interesting, to be honest. It's just a lot of lines of Perl that have been hacked together to do what they do. It is actually organized into a couple of Perl modules as well as scripts that make use of those modules. So there is some effort at compartmentalizing and organization. Stickers are more fun, sort of. So if you really want to look under the hood, go to the GitHub repo. So this is the printer I use to print the stickers. It is a Suma DC4. I don't use media that wide. I use a 24-inch media roll because it costs a lot less. That's an example of a switch with the sticker just applied to it. I've got examples up here as well. That's generated at the same. You saw me generate them. This is screenshots of the PDFs that are generated, just to kind of show off some of the different color coding of the different ports. Fiber ports are that kind of cyan. This is actually before I captured these before I updated the color codes for the trunks. So on this one, the trunks are that kind of magenta, and they don't have any differentiation between an AP trunk, an uplink trunk, or a downlink trunk. Those are now differentiated on the actual stickers. They're blue and green and yellow and fun stuff. But you can see the reserved ones are gray, and then the vendor ones are green, and then the purple ones are individual VLANs, untagged. And if you look closely, you can see that they have the name of the VLAN on them. The stickers come out with a one-to-one physical correspondence between the boxes on the sticker and the ports on the switch, so they're literally very easily referenced. The seemingly illegible text identifies more detailed port information. They're printed vertical, 10 labels wide on 24-inch media, or a Cal 631 adhesive if you care. And with that, we're down to questions. And she's about to kick us all out.
I noticed the network went down yesterday briefly. Was that only wireless that went down, or is that something that you
Well, I don't think the whole network went down yesterday.
I noticed. I was in here. I noticed.
Okay. I think somebody had actually managed to cause this switch to reboot, is what happened. Most likely somebody tripped over or kicked a power cord or something. That's the usual cause of that. By the time we got people dispatched to look at it, it was coming back up. We've had a couple of occasions where they were reworking one room and they pulled power cords apart and put them back together, thinking that didn't matter. So, you know, we can only do so much, and when the electricity goes away, the switch stops working. Any other questions?
3D, right? You're only going 3D on switches.
In most cases, yes. Router, IDF switch, switch. So usually only 2 deep. A few cases there's 3 deep. And very, very few cases there might be a 4th. No. There is no effort to make the stickers colorblind friendly. It was enough. The question was, are the stickers colorblind friendly? And the answer was no. There's been no effort in that realm. So far, nobody on the team has reported the need for it. And really, the stickers only need to make sense to the team. So if somebody tells me that they're colorblind, I'll ask them what makes a sticker colorblind friendly and try and figure it out. They're just PostScript set RGB color instructions, so it's actually fairly easy for me to change for the following year. Next question.
How about your SRXs? Are they just...
Those are artisanal. There was not enough SRX to be worth automating. So those configs are hand generated, and in fact I've done significant editing to them at this show, and I need to capture that back into the repo. Next, anybody else?
What we're using for DHCP and DNS, out of curiosity.
Say again?
For DHCP and DNS, what were you using? Did you roll your own DHCP servers, or?
Oh, we're using Bind and Kia. So we let Internet Software Consortium build our software for us. Over here.
You had SNMP enabled on all the switches. Do you guys do any fun graphing in LibreNMS or anything like that for all the bandwidth?
I'll let Ryan answer that.
So to answer that really quick, we are working on Prometheus, which does some SNMP, and then we're going to be dumping all that into Grafana. So the short answer is we're not using a traditional Zabbix, LibreNMS, Observium, that kind of stuff, but it isn't in the works.
But we have a Perl script that tells us what sources are up and down.
Do you care about cable color, or you just do whatever's?
No, we don't care about cable color. That ship sailed long ago.
I had sort of a sociological observation. Look around this room. Anyone who is losing his job or needs a job, think about it. This is your network to do your network, right? I just want to point that out.
Yes, if you have a job available for a network person, please see me. Any other questions? All righty, well, thank you very much for attending. I hope it was interesting. And I hope I didn't run over time too much.
The slides will be available online soon at the SCaLE website, and you can stick around for the next presentation for hacking Nextcloud to track your period. So stick around, and thank you, Owen DeLong.
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I recognize the name.
Yes, I am 1734.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's nice. I was wondering, can you do the same stuff with Perl using Cisco switches instead of Juniper?
Probably, but I would have to code it to do that.
Okay.
Should turn this off.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Sing? Yeah. It works.
Hi, welcome to Ballroom C at SCaLE 20. Our next talk is Hacking Nextcloud to Track Your Period, presented by Camila Ayres, is a software engineer for Nextcloud, and she'll share her knowledge with taking ownership over your data.
So hi, everybody. How are you still feeling in this evening? Tired? Sleepy? Yeah. So maybe a little joke will help. Do you want to hear a joke about bad karma? Yeah, so I'm having my period. Yeah. Yeah, excellent timing. Are you feeling awkward with this information? Yeah, so am I. So I am Camila. I am a software engineer at Nextcloud. I have been living for too long in Germany. I am originally from Brazil. And this is my dog, Popcorn. She is in this slide just because she's cute. And she's the only German in the family. So this is what I want to share with you today. We start talking about why to talk about periods at all, especially in a technical conference. What does it have to do with anything, right? How Nextcloud is connected to it, and why you need a period tracker. Like, why is that relevant? And I am creating my own application to track my period, and I would like to share a bit of my journey from trying different things to trying to write my own app. Because I'm actually a developer in the desktop team. I work on the sync client for Nextcloud, so it's a very different technology. So it was a bit of a learning curve for me to get to writing some PHP code. So I guess all of us here in this room know someone who has a menstrual cycle, right? So data shows that at a given point, each day, 26% of the global population is menstruating. Menstruating will account for more than 50% of their average lifespan. So that's a lot of bleeding. And if you want to talk about a period, in some areas, rural areas of Nepal, you need to get isolated in a mud hut, like this one in the picture. So this is a practice that they have, where they banish usually young girls to this place where they can have their period with other people who is going through the cycle. So this practice is because they really believe if someone is having their period and they are with their family, it might bring bad luck and illness to them. If you think about it, is it really different in our society? The bar to talk about the female body is actually really low. Like, when you talk about the female body, is usually, the feeling of feeling gross out about it is usually what you see and hear. From nipples to menstrual blood is usually something that you learn from a very young age that you have to hide it. You shouldn't show your nipples, you shouldn't talk about your period, you should hide your tampons, you should hide your pads, right? It's almost like there is something wrong with it, correct? And even though we all know if you have a female body, you're going through a menstrual cycle. This is always expected. The same way when you have a baby, you are expected to breastfeed it, right? You all know this happens. But then why? What's the logic in it that we all have to hide it, right? In some places, you cannot breastfeed in public. Again, because the female body is something, you shouldn't see, you shouldn't talk about it. And if you go a bit back, so when women were advocated to get university degrees, one of the reasons people would argue against it is because they expected you to spend at least a week a month a week of the month in bed resting because of your period. And then if you go even further back, in ancient Egypt, when the first period would come, it was celebrated. They would even use the blood to do rituals, to protect babies from evil, or to boost someone's fertility. So that's a big contrast. So when you really think about it, in the end, it's just society giving meaning to something that didn't have to have any meaning. It's just a body working, doing its thing. It's just our bodies. So because it is a very loaded conversation, and we learn to hide and be ashamed of it, like we did something wrong, it can take up to 80 years to get a proper diagnosis when you have menstrual issues. So how do you know if you have too much pain or too little pain if you don't talk about it, right? So for me, this is, let's say, a highlight from my talk. I mean, that's, if you want to take something with you today, this is something I would like you to remember. So if you want to treat everyone equally, I really think we need to talk about those differences. It doesn't really work to just add females to a software engineering team and be like, great work, we have diversity, our job here is done. So you might be the only person in your team who has a menstrual cycle. You might be the only person in your team who is an immigrant. You might be the only person who is a person of color. And there are so many things that make us more self-aware, and being the only one only adds stress to it. So besides just like going through a menstrual cycle, of course, every month, and then you hear comments and on the everyday work or in our open source communities that will remind you that you are not welcome. So it might be, you might see different people in different conferences in your workplace, but is that really being inclusive, right? So at work, are you making them feel bad because they have to ask for sick leave once a month? Who takes care of the kids at home when they are at work? Do we really try to give everyone flexibility to be able to do their best at work or at our communities? So if you talk about the problem, then it is real. It's not just something in someone's head. And if you can talk about it, this means you can find a solution to give everyone an equal chance to be a health member of the open source communities and of the tech workforce. Coding like a girl is not a bad thing. We should all embrace our difference and talk about it. People don't even learn with the same methods, right? We all have different ways that we like to do things and how we can learn, much less we don't all work the same way. So I am here in a tech conference talking about Nextcloud, periods, and I just shared something very private, right? Why you should listen to me when I talk about privacy on the internet, right? So I decided years ago that I really wanted to talk about my periods and be open about it with people, because I read an article talking about how loaded it is to go through a menstrual cycle, all the shame that's involved into it. So for me, it was very freeing to realize that I didn't have to hide it. As I say, there's no logic to it. It's just society expectations, and that doesn't really match reality. So, well, that's why I'm here today. So I learned this, and then now I can share it, and I can share it when I want it and how I want to do that. So privacy is not only about hiding things, but it's also about what we let other people know, what we choose to let people know, and how we control the narrative about ourselves and our loved ones. So what's the impression that you want to let people have of you? So this is part of choosing how you want to share things. So why do you close the door when you go to the restroom? We all know what you're going to do in there, most likely. Everybody has a pretty good idea of what you're doing there, and we close the door. It's not because you're trying to hide something. It's about what you don't want to share with other people. So privacy on the internet is part of it. Do you want companies to know if you're pregnant or planning to conceive before you even have shared that with your family? How do you feel about seeing baby diapers advertising in social media when you just learned that you cannot have kids? That's what's done with parts of your life that you had not agreed to share with anyone yet. And this information, even though you have not agreed to it, is already in someone's server somewhere. So we could argue that maybe advertising is not so bad. This is fine, just advertising. But can you think what governments could do if they have this kind of information about you? Could you imagine 1 or 2 scenarios where that could be used against you? So a drive through the city on a Saturday afternoon, could that be used against you? Did you visit your mother, or did you go to an abortion clinic? So during my research, I learned that apps are not under the same privacy laws that doctors are. So they actually really can sell and use this information about you without your consent with very little consequence. So if you have too much period pain or you have no period at all, this is kind of information that could be really helpful to your doctor, or we go to big pharma and companies and governments. It's something that you can choose. Of course, I'm trying to make a point about period tracker apps, right? But any application that you have in your phone, it could be tracking your data, your location. So that brings me to Nextcloud. So Nextcloud, I think some of you probably are here because of it. It's a self-hosted solution. It's open source, has been around for more than 10 years. And the main thing about this project is that you can host the server yourself, wherever you want to host it. It could be even a server in your own living room. So Nextcloud is not only, so the main thing about Nextcloud is privacy, and we have a lot of applications that we can use too. So we have this, what you call Nextcloud Hub, which are files, stock, groupware, and Office. So this is files, and on the browser, you can share your files, photos with your family, comment on it. And this is stock, which is a chat and video application. Groupware includes calendar, contacts, and deck. Deck is a Kanban board app to organize tasks. And then we also have Office, which is based on Collabora Online. So you can edit documents, spreadsheets with other people. It's essentially LibreOffice Online. We also have a Collectives app, which is a knowledge management, like a wiki. And this is the desktop client. That's the team that I'm part of. You can use this application on your Linux machine or Windows or macOS to sync your files. Besides the desktop applications, you have mobile applications for the same purpose, for Android and iOS. So why you need a period tracker app? So the point of having a period tracker app is it is mainly organization, planning, and taking care of yourself. So there are plenty of apps out there, but how many there are that really care about your privacy? So with this in mind, I would like to explain how I have been trying to use Nextcloud to track my period, some suggestions maybe, and of course how I decided and how I'm doing, what I'm doing to write an application for that. So first of all, Nextcloud doesn't have a period tracker. There are plenty of apps. We have a big app ecosystem, but we really don't have one. And as I said, 26% of the world population is menstruating on any given day. So there are plenty of use cases for an application like that. So my idea for an app actually started a few years ago. First of all, I have my own issues with my period, and always bother me. So I start by creating a calendar that's called period tracker, because I thought that would be easier to enter data. You know, Nextcloud has a bunch of applications on the phone that you can use to sync your calendar, so it would be easy to just enter notes on the calendar, and I would have a calendar view of my menstrual cycle. Also, I'm under the impression that most apps are developed with the idea, with the focus on ovulation and of the actual bleeding period, instead of also the symptoms that surround it. And for me, it would be important to have an application where I could track how many days of the month I'm actually in pain, and all the symptoms that leads to the actual period. So this is what I try. And then, so calendar has some limitations. You cannot really put on graphs this information. You don't really have fields that you can enter detailed data. So I was looking into it, and then there is also this app that's called Health. You can track your mood, medication, activities, but it still lacks period component. And to be honest, I also try pen and paper. Do you want full privacy? Go offline, right? Would be the easiest way. During my research, I found printable period trackers. There's plenty out there. With the manual tracking, the issue was that I couldn't really group information or look for it in an easy way. I couldn't do a Control F, you know? So this is the Ishangu bone. If you do some Googling, you find that this is considered the oldest period tracker ever found. It is about 20,000 years old. It's an animal bone. And you can see there are some marks incising it in 3 columns. So there are a bunch of theories, of course, of what this actually is. And one of them is that could be a period tracker, or just they're possibly just tracking the moon cycle. But then again, grouping information, searching for it, not the easiest in bone or paper. So that's what led me to think, okay, let me try to develop something, how hard that could be, right? So that's what I want to share now a bit with you, like how it is to develop an application for Nextcloud. You know, is it really hard or not? I'll give you some details about the technologies. So Nextcloud, it is written in PHP. It's a very common used language. And the organization and the company, we tend to be very practical. We try to use the best tool for the job. So Nextcloud is written in PHP, and the front end is Vue.js. But we also have parts of the server that are written in Go, which is the high-performance backend for Talk. And there is another component that's written in Rust. And we are working also on a project to make it possible to write Nextcloud applications in other languages, which should also in the future include C++. But the app ecosystem right now is mostly in PHP. If you want to look for applications, most of them will be written in PHP and JavaScript. So my application, it is in PHP and JavaScript. So the first step, I would say, and that's what I did, was to look for an application that does something similar to what I wanted to do. So I talked before about Deck, and Deck is this Kanban app, and they have a nice integration with Calendar. Because what I would like to do is to have a nice integration with Calendar, so for notifications, or even possibly to enter some of this data. So when you need to figure out how to do something, you can look for applications in our App Store or on GitHub, you can find a bunch of them, and then you can read the code and check it out how you can do things. Then the next thing I did was to create an app skeleton. So you can go to our apps.nextcloud.com. There is a generator there. And that actually makes things much easier. You have essentially then basic application with an UI and a backend, and you can already just run some commands and install in your server. Then after you have these files, you should play around, look at it, take a look at what is there. And in this process, I also decided that I wanted to use a proper IDE to work with PHP, because I'm not used to working with PHP, so I thought I should get all the help I could get. So I decided to go for PHP Storm, which is what my colleagues in the server use. They have a good support for the language and good syntax highlighting. There's also Visual Studio Code, which I would say is also probably a good option. And if you want to be very quick, you can use GitHub Codespace, which is Visual Studio Code Online. So this is the basic structure that you get, which is a lot of files. But in this structure, you even have a README already. You have the license, a git ignore file. So, and with the files, you also already get a make file that will have all the rules that you can run and build the app, and from there you can already have it installed in your server. And then, so this is an important step. So what makes easy to develop things for Nextcloud is that we have an app framework that you can use. So you don't have to implement, for instance, user management, or if you want to share files in your application, you don't have to re-implement that. Nextcloud already makes it available for you. So in the composer file, you have the dependencies that you need for that. And then in your class in PHP, you can import like the framework, what you want to use from the framework in your application. And then you can extend the Nextcloud functionalities instead of having to rewrite it. Then this is the lib folder where you find most of all your PHP classes. And then under lib and app info, you have to register all your services. This file is loaded every time you access a page in Nextcloud. So this file contains the dynamic declaration of an app. It defines what the app does in Nextcloud in general on the server side. So what are services? These are the core functionalities implementations. Your server's class will talk directly to the database. So here's just an example of one of my classes, like contraceptive. So in my application, I would like to, for each day, you can enter data, and one of the things that you can enter is which contraceptive you're using and symptoms. And the symptoms, you have categories, like if it's your mood, or if it's like, if you're having tender breasts or cramps. So this is just an example of where I'm creating a new contraceptive in the database. And this is, let's say, a bit more complex part of it. So these are the routes that you need to define. So each of these, it's an endpoint for, so an endpoint has a route and a controller method to handle the network requests. So this is just an example of using what I'm calling calendar. And you need to have a route to each of the actions that you want to do, create, show, update, or delete. And that's gonna have a corresponding method in the controller. So in this case, in the calendar controller, I'll have create function that matches with the route. So it's gonna create one entry in the calendar. So the controller will be called for each request, and it will then talk to your server's classes, and the server's class is the one that's gonna be directly than manipulating the data in the database. And under the database folder, you find all your getters and setters for each of the database entities, essentially. So all those calendar, category, contraceptive, and symptom are all tables in my database. And then under the migration folder, so this code is executed every time you install, update, or remove the application. So you can define what's going to happen when a new version of your application is out. So you can create a table or change the table, and that's what you do under the migration folder. These files have a naming convention to define like what should be run. And Nextcloud keeps track of all the migrations that has been done, so it knows which one should be run on the update of the app or when you install it. And besides the backend, so that was all about PHP, the backend, Nextcloud also offers Vue.js components. So out of the box, your application can look like the server. You don't have to create CSS you don't have to create things from scratch. You can if you want, but we provide also Vue.js components that you can use. So these components will be installed via the package JSON file. So here's our dependencies. So these are the JavaScript dependencies. So you see their Nextcloud view, and there is the view material design icons, which are icons that you can also use out of the box. Then you're going to import each of those components that you want to use. Like here, pencil and delete are just icons that you can use. And then you have the actions, which will be buttons that you can use in your forms. So this is my app.view file. So this is your front end. You can create as many views as you need. And yeah, so you can see here the use of the components. There is action button, which would be just a button, and there you can see the delete, which is an icon. So I have this code and some basic functions. It's under this repository if you'd like to check it out. So that's where I am now with my application. It's a very basic thing. I do not have published it yet in the App Store. I really would like, as I say, to extend it to use the calendar from Nextcloud. And also be able to have this information in graphs and, yeah. This is an honorable mention, talking about privacy. Drip is a project, a Berliner's project. It's open source, but it's only mobile. And it really keeps your data in your phone. And you can export, import it, but doesn't have syncing. So maybe in the future, it would be really cool to collaborate and have a Nextcloud integration, so I don't need to have a mobile application. So concluding now this conversation, I think the main things I would like to share that I would like you to remember is, the main thing would be for me about, to have diversity with inclusion. So in a perfect world, of course, none of these should be issues. How our body works or how it, or how it looks will not matter. So all those things should not matter. And we should get all the flexibility you need from our employees and our communities, right? So we can do the best work we can do, even with all the differences. And maybe you alone in your community can be the safe space that someone that you know that is from a social minority, it can be the safe space and the help that they need. And then maybe as a manager, you can do a better job at supporting your team if you remember there is a load when you are the only one in the team. And as for developers, I hope I convince you that you can use Nextcloud as a platform if you want to develop an application that cares about privacy. And of course, there's my project that I would like to continue working on. And I would love to get feedback and ideas, and if you'd like to contribute to it, I would love to see that. And maybe next year I can be here telling you how is it going and, you know, show you some more progress. But that's it for tonight. Thank you.
So just because I missed it, what was the name of the drip application or thing?
The name of the application is Drip.
Oh, so that's just the, okay.
Yeah, that's the name.
Okay.
So it's been like more than 10 years I haven't written any PHP. You mentioned that it was possible to write the apps in Python or Rust. Can they run directly on the Nextcloud server and without any changes?
Maybe Daphne can help me here. Like, as far as I know, there's no really changes. You can run those. You can run processes, right, separated from the. Daphne is the team. She
Hello,
works on
the team lead of that system here.
Yeah.
So the way that is currently the best way to develop apps on Nextcloud is still in PHP, but it's really easy to learn. I'm not a developer at all by education, and I learned it also, so I'm sure that you can too. Well, then you should definitely try it out. We have tutorials at nextcloud.com/developer starting with Hello World. And I wrote them, so they are really good. Okay, well, I think you will be fine. And for the new ecosystem for developing apps in other programming languages, you can search on the Nextcloud repository called App API, and that will describe the current state of things.
Also, do you have any plans to upgrade to Vue 3? Because I saw it was
Back to Camilla.
I might know the answer. So what is?
I thought it was using Vue. I'm familiar with Vue, but I've started migrating all my code to Vue 3, which is basically becoming like a new standard. And so do you have plans to also upgrade the base?
No, not as far as I know.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
So obviously the privacy aspect was one of the big motivators for this, but it seems like from what you were showing with the calendar, there are also just some user experience problems with the other apps that you had found. So I'm just kind of wondering what that discovery process was like, what you looked into as far as what was on the table and what apps existed and what they weren't providing and what they were, and if you found anything that was close but was just missing the privacy aspect, or just a bit more about that.
Okay. So personally, what I felt like I was missing was more about the view. So most applications would have a calendar view, but was always highlighting about the bleeding period. Was never about, you could not really look at the calendar and see how many days you have pain or other things around it, you know, or like, or would highlight your ovulation period. Because as I said, personally, I have issues, and my issues is not really, I'm not really worried about when I'm bleeding, but like, I want to be able to show to my doctor how many days in the month I was in pain and had other problems like depression and such things. And that's what, for me, that's what I was missing, that I noticed. Does that answer it a little?
Yeah, and so you didn't find any apps that were tracking that at all? Those were just
No, because for me, one of the criteria was about privacy too. So I really tried to watch that, and the ones I tried, so like Drip in the phone, I do miss this kind of use too, even though they do care about privacy.
Yeah, I was mostly thinking from okay, there is an app that does most of what I want, but it is missing the privacy aspect, so I can then use that as a reference when looking at how I want to build the user experience
Yeah.
for the app that I actually want perspective. So
Yeah.
So also about privacy, I realize that we're hosting it on our own, on our own server, but what is preventing a government or other entity from subpoenaing that server? How do we protect ourselves that way?
That's a very good question. You can.
Sorry, it's kind of a generic question, therefore I have a kind of generic answer there, but I think there are two things to that. I mean, first of all, one of the problems with information sometimes getting subpoenaed is you don't know about it, which is really unpleasant, but in case of, there's often a gag order on it, so you won't know. And I mean, that's obviously not going to be the case if it's your own server. And the other part is, and I think honestly, they're already a bit easier with subpoenaing it if it's at a third party than when it is on your own server, right? I mean, you'll have to surrender information when you're getting sued, but you fundamentally do not have to cooperate with, so if it's a criminal case, you don't have to give incriminating information. Somebody else would have to give incriminating information on you. So like, yeah, if it's a criminal case and the data is at Microsoft, then they can subpoena Microsoft, Microsoft has to give it. But if the data is on your own server, you don't have to cooperate in getting yourself, so you don't have to hand over the data, period. That's just how it is. Yeah. Yeah, so that's only in the civil case, of course, you still have to hand it over, but not in the criminal one. So.
Yeah, I couldn't.
The scenario I thought of was that if somebody here in the U.S. Had incriminating evidence about maybe a miscarriage, which now with some of the new laws in some of the states, of course California is excluded, but some of the new laws in some of the states, that woman would be brought to trial. It would be a criminal trial. I didn't think about the law that protects her from having to present incriminating evidence. So that's a very good point. Exactly.
Yeah, it was a good question. I really had, I would not know how to think.
Okay, so there are no more questions. Oh.
I don't know anything about PHP, so I think we're okay there. I know it's spelled with capitals. That's about it. I know this is a work in progress for you, and you mentioned there are a lot of functions you're looking forward to integrating. I'm curious for you, at what point do you integrate the functions where you feel comfortable submitting it to the Nextcloud App Store, for instance? Because I wondered if that would bring more people's attention to it and therefore more contributions. I'm curious for you, where's that point, and what are you hoping to integrate until you make it more public?
I would like to have this, let's say my dream thing in the app is to have this calendar view. Even if it's a very simple calendar view, just listing the information per day, I think that will be my point to like, okay, I think this could be different and interesting, and I would put it on the App Store and with some more, like what I showed here was super basic, like there's so much more in the code base, like testing. We can write tests in even the downloaded app skeleton, you have some tests. I would like to, do it in a proper way. I find like yeah, as I was talking to Daphne, I find it scary that people will be using my application for such a thing that it's important, right? So, yeah, I would like to have at least that.
Hi, so my question is more based around just the general Nextcloud web app ecosystem.
Yeah.
I've been using web app or Nextcloud for quite a long time, and I know you guys have, obviously, as you showed, LibreOffice and a calendar and a couple other general applications. I have some contacts in that work for Thunderbird, and they're currently working on their Android app, but another common thing that was brought up with them is, well, if you're going to try and compete with, say, for example, Google's G Suite, how are you going to do that? And one of the ideas, or just off the top of the dome things that came across was, well, what if rather than trying to generate a whole new G Suite, what if we do a Thunderbird web app that can drop in alongside those already existing technologies? And that would also possibly help with like enhancing the calendar, because Thunderbird also has calendar integrations and whatnot. The contact that I had, they wanted to know
Okay.
if that would be something that Nextcloud was interested in pursuing, if that would be something cool, and what would you need from their side if, in order to like try and make that happen? Sorry, I know this is kind of a long question.
Okay. No, I just wonder, so right now we are working with, we are like, how do you say, taking over Roundcube. Do you know the project? But I'm not sure if that would, because right now we have mail, right? But it's just a mail application. It's not the server. So what you are describing would be like a Thunderbird app. Yeah. It's, I guess it's something possible, what you do. Yeah, you think that will be enough? Yeah.
As I also happen to manage Nextcloud's integration portfolio, I wear a few different hats at Nextcloud. You can definitely look into how Nextcloud can make integrations, because we integrate everybody, so also you if you want to, if you're willing to do the work.
Right, yeah. That was another thing she found. I was like, would it be as simple as maybe like just dropping a PR and saying, hey, we did this? Totally.
Yeah, generally, yes.
We will have to think a bit more about how to exactly you want the integration to look, but if you can already maybe see some examples in the App Store of other applications that did something similar to what you want, it should definitely be possible, and we are happy to collaborate with you.
Exactly. That's why when she said Roundcube, I was like, oh, that makes things kind of easy.
So for like syncing like data from, like I know some period apps, you can track like your temperature with like an armband or something you wear while you're sleeping, and then you sync that information to an app, and then it kind of like whatever it does in the background to like tell you like how many days you are from ovulation or menstruation or whatever, right? Is it possible with like Nextcloud to like sync to some sort of like, I guess it's basically like an IoT device or whatever, and then have that data go to like that app that you're building?
It sounds like it will be possible. So for instance, so from this, could you export this information, or there is a...
Yeah. So you don't have to use like the app that like they sell you. Like the one my wife uses, for example, you pay like a monthly fee and then they agree not to sell your data.
That's one way of doing that.
Yeah. So, yeah. So yeah, but it's, you know, I'm like it's ridiculous that you have to do that, right? So something like this is like way more appealing, where I can like put it in my like, you know, home server or whatever, and I have to worry about it. So.
Yeah, but so you can export the data from the application, right? You said.
Yeah, so it does like it's just like a Bluetooth like device, right? You like sync it with the app. So,
Okay.
I mean, I assume if there's like a way to get like you're syncing
Yeah, I would expect to be able to work with something like that. Yeah. You just have to see if like you can, if it's a CSV file or something that you can work with, you know, that totally should be able to. Because I was thinking about this drip app that I showed. You can export the data to a CSV file. And actually, there is even an open issue in the repository about syncing this information. Because right now you can export, but it doesn't go anywhere, right? So with other applications, I would expect you can have a syncing folder and use that to sync this kind of, yeah. So you could have another application and just have like my application on the server to view this information. You know, something like that. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question, but, or I guess encouragement. A lot of my friends and lovers have used the drip app and or
Cool.
that have periods use the drip app and really like it, but this calendar and syncing function, especially like cross-device, they would all benefit from that a lot. And I'm curious if you've started conversations with drip about doing development that way, or is it just early stages right now and
So
working towards
I
that?
actually tried. I have opened an issue in the repository a while ago. Even other people comment in it, saying that would be great if you could sync to Nextcloud. I didn't hear from them. But now that I am actually really, really working on it, I would like to try to reach out to them. I mean, we're in the same city even. I have met them before.
Okay.
So I'm thinking of putting more effort into that. Now that I have, this part of, let's say that it would be interesting if Nextcloud really, if my application could read this information, then you have the graphs right in the server or something like that.
Yeah, and the data syncing part, super valuable, but also I think the piece that you're talking about of actually visually seeing like mood and symptom change across years or months or whatever.
Yeah.
I've known my friends have had to do that manually, and it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So,
That would be my dream app. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for attending the Hacking Nextcloud to Track Your Period. The slides will be available online on the SCaLE website. And thank you, Camila, Iris, for this lovely talk.